So people can look?
Yeah, but we can, our drivers can see where they have missed and where they need to go. But also trying to make it public.
But not quite yet. I was going to say, I think it's me.
Who plays green? Charlie!
All right, we're recording. All right, welcome everyone. This is a fun bunch we have in here tonight. I'd like to welcome you. I'm Mayor Lundberg here and my fellow council members here. This is Tuesday, January 16th here at our Lindon City Chambers. And we welcome everyone who's here as well as those that might be watching online. We will first begin this evening with an invocation by Councilmember Cole Hooley, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by our own Lindon City Chief, Chief Brower. We'll go to that point.
Heavenly Father, we're grateful for the degree of comfort we have in our lives, for this community. Please bless us all to have kind hearts and to continue being thoughtful of each other. Bless those that are serving and protecting us. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Can you please rise and repeat after the pledge with me? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was so great to hear all those young voices saying the pledge so proudly. Thank you very much, Cole and Chief Brower. All right, we will start with the agenda, and these are available at the front of the room over here if you'd like to follow the agenda for this evening. We will first begin with a call to order, a roll call, and I'll start here on my left, if that's all right.
Steve Stewart, present.
Jake Hoyt, present.
Lundberg, present.
Lincoln Jacobs, present.
Van Broderick, present.
Cole Hooley, present.
Okay, we're all here with our new council members, so thank you, everyone. Now, for item number 2, we have some very special presentations and announcements tonight. We're first going to acknowledge a very special employee in our Public Works Department, and so I'll turn the time over to our City Administrator, Adam Cowie, here for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Kyle Jensen, if you could come up for a second. We wanted to recognize Kyle, and how long have you been with us here now?
Almost 4 years.
4 years. So Kyle's currently at our Public Works Department. We have an employee recognition program where employees nominate each other for doing excellent jobs in their work roles and duties. And a couple of great comments came through from other employees about Kyle, and our department heads then all meet and review all these comments that come in on this quarterly recognition award and selected Kyle for this quarter. So we're really pleased that he's here. Let me just read a couple of these things. Let's see. The majority of Kyle, what he does goes unseen and unappreciated by the public and the majority of the employees as well. We still love you though, all right? So Kyle's blue staking job in utilities has a huge effect on reducing the city's liability. By law, Kyle has a very short window of time, strict deadlines to meet a blue stake request once it's received. This causes him to have to postpone and juggle his other work around these requests. In addition, he's often put in other stressful situations while enforcing stormwater requirements, regardless of the stresses involved, Kyle always has a pleasant demeanor and has a smile on his face. He's willing to help others and do other things that are not part of his job description. Another comment came in about when he was out doing some inspections, noticed a dog passing by, and a few minutes later, here comes the resident looking for their dog. Kyle tracks down the dog for this resident and help keep it under control or restrain it until they were able to get it. So going above and beyond, we appreciate Kyle and his efforts in blue staking and doing some of our public works inspections. And I understand you're starting to do more of those inspections, so that's awesome. Thank you, Kyle, for your hard work and efforts. I'm going to give you a copy of those comments. And then as part of that, $50 gift certificate to Sportsman's Warehouse. So awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work.
Kids that are here in the room, do you know what Public Works does? They take care of our pipes and our storm water and the water that comes in and out of our homes. And so this is a really important department. These guys, when pipes break, are just keeping the system going so we can continue to have those amazing services. Thank you so much for going above and beyond in all those quiet ways. Kyle, we really appreciate you. All right. Now, in our presentations, for those that are here this evening, we have a very, very special annual program. And I just have to give kudos to Kathy Noble Allred, who has run this now. What year is this now, Kathy?
31.
Oh my goodness, that deserves a round of applause right there. Can't say enough what it means to live in a community where these incredible character values are instilled in the next generation and inspire all of us to live by these things that make our community such a great place. So Kathy, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to you to share what this program was about for 2024 and those that we are recognizing.
Okay. All of you should have a calendar. Those that don't have one, they're at the back here, and you're welcome to pick another one up or one up so that you can see them. In 1993, then teachers at Lindon Elementary and the principal at Lindon Elementary were talking about character and how we could instill character not only through the schools but also at the home and also at the businesses in the whole city of Lindon. And so a bunch of us moms got together through the PTA and formed a committee and we called it Character Connection because we wanted to connect the family, the home, the businesses, and the city all together with character. And so that's how Character Connection came to be. Behind the scenes of Character Connection, there's lots of people that work to do different things. The first thing that happens is we have the schools. And Mr. Bunker is here today to represent Lindon Elementary. And we're going to give him a poster, but also Mr. Bunker, if you'd come up. Mr. Bunker after all the years, how many years have you been doing?
For me, 16.
16. But we've been doing it at Lindon Elementary a lot longer than that. But this trophy goes to Mr. Bunker as a Star Teacher of Character from Lindon Character Connection 2024.
You guys make me look good.
He's got to get further back.
Is that it? We're good?
And then, so then the teachers present the values, and then the kids in the class stand up. Our art winners, all of our art winners, will you stand up? All of our winners, stand up. These kids, along with their classmates, made pictures that make up this calendar. Okay, you can sit down now. Then the calendar, then the pictures go to Wasatch Mental Health, Behavioral Health, and they're our partners in making the calendar. So we'd like to have Doran Williams, who's one of their directors, come up. And Doran is our star partner with character. And so then, it's his father-in-law that puts the character connection pictures together and makes it into the calendar. And then, after the calendar, they're on the calendar, then the file goes through the electronic system, as you know, over to Len Wright. Len, will you stand up? And Len Wright is one of our sponsors with Doran. And Len is getting the award today for the Star Copycat Character. That's the name of his printing business. For supporting Character Connection and making these wonderful posters. And then we go to the city, to this meeting, and give the awards to the kids. And this one, if you'll take your seat, then Doran, if you'll take this back to Wasatch Mental Health, Behavioral Health. It was many years, the other one.
Yes.
And then we'll have Mr. Bunker take this back to hang in the school, Lindon Elementary. And usually we have the 3 schools in Lindon that participate. This year we had new principals and the word didn't get out, and so this year it's just Lindon Elementary, and we're grateful for that. And then Carolyn, if you'd come out and bring those certificates. I mean, Mrs. Lundberg, the Honorable Mrs.
Just so you
Lundberg.
know, we print 5,000 of these calendars. They go out through the entire county, in all businesses, schools. So just so you know, it's just not Lindon. These go out county-wide, folks. So you that got chosen for pictures, they're going everywhere. So just so you know.
So then we give this poster to Lindon City, and they hang in the Lindon City offices. And they're kind enough to help us and to be able to sponsor this night so that we can honor our kids. And we appreciate all of our winners. So we'll let Steve, if you'll hold the poster. Okay.
Thank you so much.
And then we'll give this certificate to Lindon Elementary so they can hang that with their others. And then we'll call up the winners. And first of all, we have Ruby Warner. And she did the cover. Ruby's is the cover. And Ruby, if you'll go over to Doran and get one of the sacks.
That's the right one, right?
Yes,
We'll have you stay up here.
And
We'll
then
have you
you-
stay up here. We'll have you-
In fact, we'll give the sacks later. She can hold hers, but we'll give the sacks later because then it'll go a little bit faster. Okay, so then Crew Virgin for January. He's our winner for January. Ruby is in Mrs. Walker's class, and Crew is in Mr. Bunker's class. Charlie Allred. Mr. Walker's class.
Good job, Char.
And then if you'll just stand up here, hon. Calvin Hoyt from Mr. Bunker's class. Esther Trumbo, Mrs. Walker's class. Kylie Thomas from Mr. Bunker's class. Dylan Schurter from Mrs. Walker's class. Boston Bishop from Mrs. Walker's class. He was our July winner. Dylan was our June winner. August was Audrey Haldeman. was Nathan Weber. October was Macy Wilkes. November was Sophie Hawkins. And December was Charlie Gibb. So let's have a picture with everybody squish in. And the council come and stand behind them.
Yeah, I think I'll pick on that.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, go get your bags.
All right. Fun. That is like our second council meeting ever. Thank you. Hey, thanks, guys.
Thank you again, everybody, for such kids. You did a tremendous job. These calendars are beautiful. This will be a great memory for Lindon. Congratulations. Parents, thank you. And thank you, Lindon Elementary. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy.
Wonderful. It's just a wonderful,
Kathy's so
wonderful
great.
program. Can't thank you enough.
We appreciate it. I'll be coming to
Hey,
Go, girl.
sounds great. Thank you, Kathy. That kind of clears the room a bit. All right. Are there any other announcements from council members outside of your reports? Okay. All right, as they kind of vacate, we'll move on now to item number 3. This is open session for public comment. And this would be if there's anything that a community member would like to come up and address the council briefly on anything that is not on the agenda this evening.
You want me to sit down?
Yes, and if you could please state your name. Thank
Belva
you.
Parr. I live between Oak Canyon and Rocky Mountain Elementary. We're the Oreo cream of the 2 Oreos cookies.
Best part.
The best part, exactly, you caught on. I just want to thank you for letting me come and talk today. And I'm acknowledging our Public Works and our Parks Department in this, because that's why I'm here. I walk, not often enough. My dog drags me out the door to walk. But as we have walked since the snow, we have Lindon, I guess it's Pioneer Park. The sidewalks aren't plowed. The zigzaggy trail isn't, which is fine because we can walk on the road because it's not that busy. But my big concern, and I talked with Mrs. Doran, principal at Rocky Mountain this afternoon. She even let Mia go in with me. But I'm concerned there's about 7 feet of snow from the edge of the sidewalk to where the snow was plowed. And there are so many parents that pick their kids up. Kids are walking out into the road to get into their car because they don't want to walk in the snow. Cars are parked very ski-wampus to pick their kids up. I've been guilty of that
And it
years ago.
hasn't melted like it does sometimes, right?
But I'm concerned about the ice, kids slipping, getting run over, whatever. I talked with Public Works this afternoon. They said they don't want to get closer to the sidewalk. Manpower was an issue, women power, whatever. I've only seen men with snow plows. So. But I'm hoping that as a council, we can help them get it plowed. I mean, it seems simple to me.
So you're talking directly in front of Rocky Mountain Elementary
No,
or the
school-
side?
The school plows. The sidewalks are plowed. They said it's up to the responsibility, Public Works said it's up to the responsibility of the owners to plow.
The
And I said,
sidewalk.
the sidewalks, the people on 150 South, which runs to the side of Pioneer Park, they plowed. They are good. It's the city that hasn't plowed. And if they could plow one or the other, but the bigger concern to me is how much snow there is on the side that hasn't been plowed.
So for clarification, so that the plow is going down the travel lane, but the shoulder of the roadway still has
Shoulder of
snow?
the
That's your
road
concern?
is
Okay.
About that deep. I measured when we walked this afternoon. I measured, and it's about 7 feet from the side of where the sidewalk ends to where the road starts, where they've plowed. And they do such a fantastic job getting out there, getting it done. I don't think there would be cars parked there when they plowed.
Are you referring to 150 East, which runs north to south, or the roads directly?
150 South, yeah.
You gotta Google.
So you're saying
Hang on.
either the wavy sidewalk that
Yeah,
goes through our park, or the sidewalk itself?
Well, I think the sidewalk itself, but I am more concerned about the road. I can walk in the snow. Old women fall and break hips, and it's icy underneath, so we walk on the road, and it's fine. But I am concerned watching those little kids today coming to meet their parents in the cars, watching the cars trying to get out, little kids. It's a mess anyway. But the snow, I'm just concerned about our little kids. So I don't know
Thank
what
you.
we can do, but
We'll talk to our Public Works and Parks Department and see what we can do to improve.
So you're
it.
saying that southern end, there are a lot of children are walking to that southern end of the park
yes, if you
for
look.
pick-up and drop-off?
Let me see. Okay, it is not plowed along 500 east of the park. The sidewalk's not plowed. And it's not as wide, the snow is not as wide there as it is on 150 east, but the cars are lined up on both sides of 150 south. I'm sorry, it's 150 south. There's cars parked on both sides. There's cars parked down 5th East onto 2000. And they're just not plowed. I don't know what they can do. I wondered about plowing, getting a scoop and putting it in dump trucks. I don't know, but I just see,
Kids are going in the road too much. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
thank you.
moms do fun things. They park for their kids, so thank you.
It is a
I
little bit of a
appreciate all of
magnet
you.
school. They do have the language program, the Portuguese language program, so it's a destination school. It is
Yeah,
a neighborhood school, but
is.
it's also a commuter school.
It is
for
a commuter
some people.
school, and there's, I don't know if there's hundreds of cars. Sometimes it seems like it, because so many pick their kids up, and that's great.
Yeah,
But there's just not parking to take care of it.
all right.
So,
Well,
thank
we can
you.
we have good relationships with Alpine School District. We can
Yes.
see what can be done to coordinate, but thank you so much for bringing that, Belva,
And
so we can.
if there's something I can do, I'm more than willing to help, because I don't want to come and present a problem, not have a solution. So, let me
Well,
know.
bringing this to our attention is helpful. Thank you very much. All right, any other comments from public here tonight? All right, we'll move forward now to item number 4, our council reports. And I see a nod here on my left, so we'll start there.
Okay. Well, Mayor, I'd like to report that last week we had a youth council meeting. We are under the direction of our youth mayor, Jace Anderson. He always does a great job. And they had the opportunity to hear from Jamie Jensen, who leads our Lindon Cares effort. And I know Cole has that responsibility, so I'm going to leave the content of that meeting to him for his report. But the youth council is doing great, and tomorrow we have the opportunity to take them to the state capitol for the Utah League of Cities and Towns Local Officials Day. And so we'll be spending the whole day there with them and having some great events there that have been planned for youth councils to give them an experience there. Also, I am a liaison with the PG Lindon Chamber of Commerce, and we had a nice luncheon, and we're able to hear the state of the cities. Pleasant Grove and Lindon, our wonderful mayors were able to tell about how their cities are doing. And Mayor Lundberg did a great job of describing all the good things that are happening in Lindon, and made me feel good again about being here and living here, and just wanted to report on those two events.
And you all are hopefully got the invitation for the gala in February, an email from the chamber for you and a guest. All right.
A couple quick items from me. Had the opportunity to attend that chamber event as well. Really well attended here locally in Lindon. Looks like the gala will be there as well. Appreciate the chamber. Had the opportunity to represent the city council at the Nova graduation for Lindon Elementary School. Lincoln has agreed to represent us at Rocky Mountain on the 21st. I'll have a chat with you before then. But it's a fun opportunity to our new council members who, if you haven't had a chance to do that, a really great program. And a really important decision that comes down to us as a council of, is it important to us to have a resource officer in the schools or not? And it's to go there and see him, Officer Campbell, what he does there is it's always a testament to me that, hey, it is important. That is a need, not a want. And so when budget times come around and we say, hey, is that something we want to spend money on? Having seen that really helps me just say, absolutely, that's where we need them. Other than that, Chief gave me an update today. Chief does a great job of working with our local businesses, and I think he tries hard to collaborate. Couple of businesses, some are donating. He's doing some things with Hyundai as well. Keep that in mind as you work with our local businesses, that that relationship should be a very easy handoff for you if you're talking with local businesses. Chief and his guys are always willing to work with our local businesses. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Turn it to you, Lincoln.
It sure is awesome to be a part of this group. I just have to say, as we listen to the children and the Pledge of Allegiance and just watching what Kathy Allred has put together and so many people, dang, I'm grateful to be a part of this group. Appreciate all of you. I missed the State of the City's luncheon. I was so looking forward to that, but illness got the better half of me, and so I was flat on my back in bed. I also observed a planning commission meeting from bed, but saw some great things happen there. We've got a couple of agenda items later on relative to some of the discussions that were had in the planning commission. I want to make a call out. Brad Mackey is here, and he made a special call out to Mike and Mary about their work over the Christmas holiday season in helping Ivory Homes to try and get their new development plan out in that area since we purchased that property. And I just want to reciprocate what he called out with Mary and Mike's extra effort there over the Christmas holiday. We did have new planning commission chair. There was an election there at the end of the meeting. So Steve Johnson is now the planning commission chair, and Rob Callis very excitedly agreed to be the vice chair. I'll let you do what you want with that comment. He's doing great. Thanks to Adam in helping move forward with the North Point Solid Waste appointment. It looks like there's some legislative organization is going to require a 30-day notice or something, so it's going to be more mid-February before my appointment there will become official. Also had the opportunity to meet with Heath and learn a little bit more about what's going on with Parks and Recs. But that's all I have.
Thank you. Dan.
This will just point out that I like strange things. Juan from Public Works just came and brought, as the first time we've had any of our water meter covers to have Lindon actually put on there that looks real cool. This will be a new thing. It'll be paid for with the grants is the hope. It has different batteries. It's going to be much easier to read. Hopefully they last longer. They've ordered 250 of these to begin, but you'll start to see these go out through the city, and hopefully it makes us more streamlined and efficient. But you can pass it around, you guys take a look, but I think it's way cool. Super cool.
Very fun.
He also mentioned that they're starting a plow tracking website. Don't have all of the details on that yet, as it's still in process, but where residents can go on and look and see where the plows have been, see maybe where they still need to go. It's also set up so that the drivers can see maybe places that they've missed, but hopefully that'll make us more streamlined and efficient in taking care of the roads. And I think Lindon City Public Works does a remarkable job with our roads, and grateful for what they do there. And last thing, it's almost irrigation meeting season. That starts in February. That's it.
Attended the chamber event. It was awesome. Also went to the orientation that Steve was mentioning about Lindon Cares, the Community That Cares program here. Met with Jamie. Really excited to work with her and what they're doing.
All right.
That's all I got.
Thank you so much, everybody. Really quickly, Adam and I had a meeting today with the Eric Dowdle team. So mark your calendars. Our biggest event of the year is going to be March 25th. This will be the unveiling of the Lindon Centennial Dowdle Puzzle. It's going to be huge. There's going to be huge entertainment, and it'll be over at the community center. We hope everybody will come out when we do a big unveiling of the giant puzzle. The businesses that sponsored and the individuals that will be, putting their pieces in. It's going to be really great. So also coming up next month, our Parks and Rec. So kicking off our centennial year, we have a big activity at Wadley Farms. It's going to be fantastic. It's a Roaring 20s event, and that's going to be, was it Monday the 5th?
Saturday the 3rd.
Saturday the 3rd, excuse me. Thank you so much. Flapper party, so everyone get your 1920s costumes, and come on over. It is free to the community, and it's going to be really great. So it's one of the many events we're going to be doing celebrating the centennial. We also have the new centennial lapel pins here. Council members, you got those from Parks and Rec, and we have a lot of lapel pins. Hand them out to whoever. We just want to build up the excitement and community pride with our new logo on those. So those are yours to hand out.
Quick question for you, Mayor.
Yes.
Is there a place where citizens can go online to see the events?
Yes.
Easy. How do we do that?
The city has a centennial specific website.
Link.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the homepage. Yes, great question, but we'll want everyone to get connected and participate. Also, I attended the swearing in of the new Orem City Council members. They do a very, very formal, Adam has done these in the past, a very formal event, quite different from ours. I like how we do ours. Theirs was a lot more pomp and circumstance. I describe it, but great new people. Talking years ago, it's been quite some time since we've had a joint meeting with Orem. We share a lot of services. We have a lot of interlocal agreements with various sister cities that we touch. With Orem, we share different water infrastructure. Of course, they service our fire department. So we are looking forward to hopefully coordinating together their new council members, our new council members getting together, having a sit down and learn about those shared services and some of our shared interests and concerns, and just get to know one another. So
We send them a lot of stuff we don't want.
love it. Very strategic.
The sewer.
Anyway, and then each month I attend the Mountain Land Association of Governments, serving there on that board for the regional planning. And there's a lot. The legislature has kicked off now this week, the 45 days in the legislature. We're visiting the day at the legislature tomorrow with our youth council. There's we have quite a bit of trepidation about the bills that are coming up and that continue to erode local authority, local control, local zoning. There's some concerning ones that are coming out of committees potentially. So one thing that MAG did is we got together as a body of mayors and elected officials, and we're hoping to have a specific strategic list of our top 10 infrastructure transportation needs, so that we can try to secure funding for our region as we compete for funding statewide. The word from the state legislators is that sales tax is level. They haven't seen it going down, but for the last couple of years, we had this kind of a lot of extra one-time funding available. So they're going to be a little bit not as generous with the one-time funding things that we've seen recently. They're just going to start to probably be a little more circumspect about the things they fund. So hopefully we can get those projects done. Some of those top projects will be 1600 North, our shared road with Orem, the widening of that out to I-15, as well as some work at the Vineyard Connector, connecting up to our interchange here with Pleasant Grove. Those are the ones in our specific area. And then there's also Pioneer Crossing is deemed the most difficult area right now in the state. So we're really, really hoping, but what that needs is upwards potentially of $1 billion across that whole segment, the community, but the county. So we'll see how it goes this legislative session. Adam, frequently, there's a bill tracker with the Utah League of Cities and Towns. Adam and I will hopefully, watch that bill tracker, get involved. I encourage you. Our local officials, representatives, they need to hear from us at the city level when we recognize that there's certain bills that are really going to have a negative impact to us here in our local communities. So, and they do like to hear from the cities. I think we do have a significant voice. They do want to hear from us. So I invite you to follow those. And Adam's great about giving us flagging different things as well that we become aware of. So, and you're always welcome to get involved in the league as well. They have weekly meetings at the Capitol as well, where they discuss the different bills coming and how the league is going to help advocate on our behalf. So, okay, and one other quick thing, Council of Governments meeting, there was a very interesting, where they're always talking about housing affordability. One of the rumors, it's not just a rumor, it's more than a rumor, the governor and the legislators are really trying to, how can we get more attainable, affordable housing? And sometimes I think their efforts to do so, again, misses the mark on how we can perceive our local communities can best be served in those areas sometimes. But there's a new thing that the county just adopted, our county commissioners. It's called Attainable Housing Agency. And this is a new program they're kicking off, and I was going to have our staff kind of look into it and potentially give us some more education on it. But just a quick summary, this is where individuals who have a basement or would like to have an accessory dwelling apartment, maybe they can't afford to go get a home loan to do that. There's going to be a program where Zions Bank will basically act as a bonding entity on behalf of the county. Different cities can opt in to participate, and then a resident can get their basement finished to become an accessory dwelling, and then they allow the county to have someone live there for the first 10 years. They manage it for someone that's at 80% AMI, and it can be a family member if they qualify. And then after 10 years, that homeowner owns all those improvements outright. So it's an interesting program. So we'll look into that. Each year we have to do a moderate income housing report, and so Mike Florence and his team are always looking for new ways that we can meet those needs. So that's all my reports from me. Okay, so we'll move on now to our administrator's report. This is item number 5 on the agenda.
I think we've covered several of these items already. Just wanted to let you know one of our building inspectors, Gary Hoagland, retired, and his last week was just a couple days ago. And so he didn't want any sort of fanfare or farewell retirement party. He was pretty adamant about that, and so he's been great. I think he was here for 17 years. I want to say, was it 18? And worked until he was 70, and so he was a big shoes to fill, but just an FYI on that. So
he's about the healthiest 70-year-old I know. Yeah.
I have another item that it may take 10 or 15 minutes to talk more about the centennial painting and some things about that. I'm wondering if we can continue that discussion until after our agenda items, just so we can get moving on these other things that people are here to listen to. So if you're okay with that, Mayor, is that all right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Council, we're now on to item number 6 on the agenda. This is the approval of the minutes from our meeting, January 2nd, 2024. If you've had a moment to review those and you see anything that you feel needs clarification or spell check, this would be your time to review.
I don't have anything.
Just a comment that Brittany did a great job, following some big shoes to fill, and she did a great job. With that, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from January 2nd, 2024, as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Broderick to approve the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, sounds unanimous, and thank you again, Brittany, our new recorder.
Sorry, really quick before we get
Yes.
into this. Lincoln you should have bet money that we would have technical difficulties here tonight. So he said as he came in, I bet this is going to fail after a few minutes. So
I didn't say it quite like that.
yeah, we do have some serious problem that we need to get to the bottom of. So this, our display that's typically on YouTube, you can see the screen that we're displaying, and that's failed on us here. It failed on us after about 45 minutes on Planning Commission the other night. So we've got some major glitch in our software or devices. But right now we're just connected to the screen, but bear with us because it's on the screen over to our left and or to my right, and it's blank. And so what Mike and I are driving off of this that you're seeing, this is not being displayed on the YouTube video.
Oh, that's
So
unfortunate.
just an FYI, and I don't know how to get it on there. So before I leave this page, Van, you had asked about the centennial events. If anybody in this community is interested in that, you can just go right to our homepage, and there's a link right there for the centennial events, and that takes you to all of the different events throughout the year. So
quick question. I would like this next part of the agenda items to definitely be viewable. The things that are going to be shown by staff. Has it been found if we log off and then restart it? Starts a new 45-minute?
I'm concerned that would end our YouTube video, and we'd have to have a second YouTube video, and if it only lasts 35 or 40 minutes, then we'd start again. If individuals from the public are interested, they can download everything in our staff report off of our city website, and so that's all publicly available.
Is that camera working?
The cameras that see you guys are still working, and so
That one be directed to point at
to
that
zoom
at
in,
all?
I can do that.
I don't know if it would or not, but would that
So-
help address your?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this has only happened when Brad shows up with his Ivory developments. So I'm gonna blame it on Brad. All right. He better be smiling.
All right, so we'll just take a quick little recess here for 5 minutes if anyone wants to get a drink or use the restroom while we try to help the technical issues.
So are there 6 set up for pickleball tomorrow?
Going to the Utah State thing I've never been to yet.
Oh.
Gotta do everything once, right?
Oh, it's a kick up there. When are you going, tomorrow? When you get up there, when you go into the legislative floor, where the legislators go, if you want, So it's on the west side. So if you're coming in, there's usually here kind of some, I don't know if they're sergeant at arms, but guys that are there to help things. Look for a Sam Steele. Tell him you know me. You're on the council. Have him tell you to show you around. Sam Steele.
Talking about your uncle up there?
Cousin.
Hey, I did it, and it's the way to go.
That's awesome.
I'll give you the tour.
That's awesome. Sam.
Judge didn't get done until almost 6 o'clock.
You're saying you don't know?
So yeah, he does a great little tour.
Representative from Green River? Where are you from?
No, that's Phil Lyman. He's just a representative. He's connected.
You know, like,
Who's, by the way, running for.
and if somebody wants to represent themselves, it's 15 to 20 minutes of him explaining how dumb they are to represent
He
themselves.
works there.
Just works.
And we had who said, I want to get an attorney, but he had asked a couple times before, and the judge said, well, I'm going through this whole thing. When I see him, I'm telling him how stupid it is to represent himself. But I'm going to get an attorney.
Yeah, no, that doesn't
He
work
goes,
with us,
I
Steve.
just need you to know this, so when you don't have an attorney next time, I can set up a trial and you can't say anything to me. It's like, and then at the end he goes,
Yeah, I
I
heard
don't know
Robert
why
was
these
working
things
out
take so
there
long.
this year for the first
And
time.
all the prosecutors are like, I drag it, we do.
At the legislature. Heard that, haven't seen that, but I know his brother's done it for 15 years or so.
Are you going up with youth council? You two are?
I'm going.
This one doesn't have an HDMI on it. So
Parking?
this one has an HDMI.
Almost does.
It's all right. This works.
I mean, you can do it, but
That is like the one.
for me, if you go out to the furthest north and east section, you can usually find a place.
Where is that for the section? I don't even know where to go. It's an email
So
here.
the capital, they go out back, northeast, that's usually where I start. Okay, I'm not very directional guy, so if you're gonna point north, point north, if you're gonna point east, point east. Sorry, it just, as soon as you do one direction, I'm gone now.
You're a problem solver. That's okay, too. Nice chatting with you.
How do we do? We're good? We're good?
Oh, this looks like a fun game.
I mean, when you go out and you look at what side is State Street up? I mean, we're a little angle, but you can see State Street right there. That's what? You need to go back, go peek out. Either way, I go out that door, northeast.
All right, I understand that we have found a fix, so we'll keep going here. We are now going to begin. We are on item number 7, consent agenda but tonight we have no items. These are typically just housekeeping items. So we're going to move forward and now begin at item number 8 on the agenda. This is our public hearing for the Anderson Farms planned development. It has an A and B portion, and I'm going to turn this time over to Michael Florence, Community Development,
All right.
Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So this evening, Ivory Homes has made an application to amend Title 17.41, which is our Anderson Farms Planned Residential Development Zone, and also an amendment to the development agreement. So the development agreement and the ordinance, they were both adopted by the City Council in 2016. At that time, the development agreement, or the development currently allows up to 500 single-family and townhomes. So currently what's been entitled over there and nearly all built is 281 single-family homes and 125 townhomes. So 406 of the 500 units have been built so far. With the proposal this evening for parcel H, that'll take the count up to 485. So some of the things that Ivory Homes has installed as part of their development agreement requirements, they've recently turned over the Anderson Farms Park. This is an older photo with it still under construction, but a 10-acre park was constructed by the developer. They used impact fees, the park's impact fee, to help build that park. Sewer lift station, pressurized irrigation, and stormwater detention areas down in there. There's probably more things that I'm missing, but those are some of the highlights. So when the council approved the development agreement in 2016, you approved a lot of exhibits with that development agreement, and two of the exhibits were a concept plan and a modified concept plan. So the concept plan on the left is what we've been working off of, and then the concept plan is what we were heading to, or heading forward on, until the city purchased the 8 acres in this area right here. So with that, we kind of go back to this original concept plan, because this will be commercial. So a couple of the development plans, those exhibits are very specific. They talk about, for example, where the water lines are going to run and what size, the park improvements. They get into setbacks from the homes, between the homes, then the front and rear setback, the average lot sizes, the smallest and largest lot size of each phase, and so they're really specific on those requirements. They also get into what size of right-of-way and roads will be installed for each different phase of the project as well. We're going to get into this a little bit more at the end of this item. So parcel H is this in this corner right here of the developments, the final phase of the single-family and townhome portion of the Anderson Farms development to be built. And so this evening, you're hearing an amendment again to the development agreement and an amendment to Title 17.41. So this is the proposal that Ivory Development is brought forward. You're seeing this because Ivory Homes needs to make or is petitioning for an amendment to the ordinance for the setbacks. And so what they've done is they've divided this development phase into four sections. You've got H1, H2, H3, and H4. So H1 has the same setbacks, similar lot sizes to the estates. In fact, these lot sizes are even a little bit bigger. They range up to 13,000 square feet, if I remember right. H2 is a smaller lot, and those range in size, I think, up to about 6,000 square feet. Actually, I think I've got that on a slide coming up, so I'm going to actually not get into lot sizes yet. And then parcel H3 is a little bit smaller lot size. And then H4 is a townhome phase. So the plan would be for 49 single-family lots and then 30 townhomes. The current plan that's been approved is 30 detached single-family lots and 42 townhomes. Here we go on this slide. You can see what was approved and what is proposed. You can see those difference in lot sizes with H1, H2, and H3 compared to what's been approved. So, with H1, you actually get larger lot sizes up to 15,000 square feet. H2 between 6,000 and 10,000, H3 between 2,900 and 4,500 square feet.
How many of each are there on those?
I apologize, I don't know. We can count those really quick. Let's see.
Well, I mean, on how many of them on that square footage range? Is there one at the big size and all the others?
Oh.
Yeah.
It's the lighter pink versus the darker pink versus the island.
Yeah.
The island is the H3 that's low is
So,
29.
I mean, this is your so I don't have that number for you, but I believe this is your 15,000 square foot lot here. So you can see, how those compare. So again, this is your one larger lot with H2. These with H3, these corner lots are probably your largest lots over there. Any other questions on?
We didn't have that comparison in our packet, right? That's new?
Yes, this slide here.
That 2,900 square foot lot, single family lot, what was is lower than anything we've done in this development. What was the previous low?
Right around 4,900 square feet, I think, Brad?
And that was in the active adult community, I imagine?
Yes, the garden space, yep.
So just for clarification on that, Mike, if you go back to that slide on the H3 though, the 2925, is that looking at the townhome footprint as the parcel?
No, that's single family.
No, this is the single family here in the middle.
Oh, in the H3, okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
So those 2,900 square foot lots, they're the ones here in the middle area. Then they get larger as you go to the perimeter of that phase.
Thanks for that clarification.
Let's see. So this would be the alternative plan if the council decides this evening that you don't want to move forward with the plan that Ivory Homes is proposing with these amendments. This would be the alternative plan. This road would connect all the way through. So let me go back to here. So this road here would connect all the way to 1200 West, and then you would have the townhomes along the front there. Here, so you'd go to the 42 townhomes, 30 single-family homes.
What happened to the road that was in the middle of that in the originally approved concept?
With here?
That one, yeah.
Yeah, because the city was a little late in the game in finding a developer or purchasing that property, Ivory started with designing this and moving towards this phase right here. And so with the city purchasing that, they've got to come up with a design that they can fit in those homes.
The layout in the development agreement was conceptual too, though.
Sure, always was, right?
Yeah, I think we've seen quite a few of the streets that have changed a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I think that was the intent, was that it wasn't set in stone until they actually platted everything.
There's actually a provision in the development agreement that says exactly that. That says, hey, we recognize that as these individual lots come forward, there will need to be some adjustments, and so.
If I can talk about this phase, some of the disadvantages of this alternative plan here. This makes for a very long, straight road. If you're building both this street here and this one, I can see this one being a cut through for the apartments that are going to be built over here on to the east. I also think that this doesn't blend in as well with the neighborhood. You've really got a separation between those two development types, where this phase, it really transitions from these larger lots here to smaller lots to townhomes, and then you'd have your multifamily phase over here. Couple things with setbacks. So this phase here, you'd have the same setbacks as the rest of the development, the rest of the 200 and odd homes that have been built so far. The parcel H2, you would have a 5-foot side yard setback between homes, so you'd have 10 feet between homes. And then your front yard setback would be 12 feet to the living space and 18 feet to the garage. And let me show you how that's the same thing with parcel H3 as well. Let me show you how they, let's see. So this home here is a good example of that. So you'd be 12 feet to the front of the home here, then the garage is recessed, and so that creates your 18-foot driveway or setback there. so the home overhangs the driveway. And then parcel H4, you'd have a perimeter setback of 10 feet, so this is the 10 feet around the townhomes, and then a 24-foot setback or driveway between the different buildings. Let me go so you can see that a little bit better here. So you got 24 feet here for your driveway. That's your typical distance for backing up and things. So if you're looking at a parking lot, you know, if you go to Walmart, they typically have 24 feet between parking stalls. So that's where that 24 feet usually comes from. And then the perimeter setback would be 10 feet around the townhomes there. Each of these townhomes would have a private rear yard for those units. Any questions on lot sizes or setbacks that myself or Brad could answer?
No driveways on the townhomes?
No, there's 10 visitor stalls, and maybe Brad could talk about that a little bit. I know there's been some concerns what if someone fills up their whole garage and can't park in that garage? And let me clarify too, on the townhomes, there's 6 units, is that right? 5 units. 4 of those are 2-car garages, and then there's one 1-car garage unit in each of the 5-plex buildings. Brad, do you want to talk about that?
I guess it's okay
Welcome.
for me to come up now.
Yes.
Yeah, so these buildings are kind of unique. The previous townhome designs that you've seen that we've built are a rear load type of townhome where the homeowner has no yard, private yard space. This is a new product that we're just developing right now, and it was built as a back-to-back townhome building. So the back of each units were sandwiched together, and so you can visualize that doesn't give you any windows in the living space. So what we've done is separated them and tried to create a little backyard space, for the homeowner that has a pet or needs to barbecue in their backyard or wants to have a little place for their kids to play in a private space. And so I think it fills a good niche for that buyer that's looking for a little bit of private yard space. Also, it creates a price point that's different than our existing townhome buildings, and it's different than our apartment units, so that we can have a unit that's in between the 2 different product types. So it creates a little bit of segmentation in the market. The 1-bedroom unit obviously is a price leader that helps with achieving that affordable housing criteria, and even Mike's talked to me about maybe the city participating in some of these units somehow and in some way, and we're open to that, working with the city to help fulfill your affordable housing needs. As far as parking goes, what we typically do in our CC&Rs is we have a blanket overlaying declaration for all of the community, and then we have a rules and regulations section that within that rules and regulations section of our CC&Rs, we have parking restrictions. And part of those parking restrictions require that the garage is to be used for a garage space. The nice thing about these units compared to some of the other townhomes that you've seen is we've created space for their garbage cans in the garage, so that there's a place in the garage that's deep enough so that they can have a garbage can in their garage that's in addition to their car, so that they don't have to worry about having the ability to park inside the garage. They actually have enough depth in the garage to park their cars, unlike other units you see around town. And then also we prohibit the garage being used as a storage unit. So if they're storing stuff in their garage and they're not able to park in it, that is a CC&R violation, and we can enforce that on them. So, and then we've tried to put as many
parking stalls along the street, as you can see. And we could maybe even add more. The final design hasn't been done. This is just a concept drawing showing off-street parking in the common areas there. And we could add a couple more in the final design if we need to, but that was just conceptually where we could add some off-street parking. And then one thing that was debated last week in Planning Commission was, what do we do on the road cross sections adjacent to for 1200 and for wheatgrass? And depending on what you determine you want for your road cross sections, that could potentially add more parking on the street as well. So
Which road is Wheatgrass?
Wheatgrass is the one that connects 1200 to Anderson, adjacent to the commercial. That's, you haven't seen that yet. Our plans are all ready to submit. Like we mentioned, like in, what was it, December, when you were proposing to purchase the commercial property. I mentioned that we have our plans ready to go, and literally they're ready to submit tomorrow if the road cross sections don't change and if this gets approved. So we've been waiting for this day for a long time, hoping to get going. So
The CCRs that require that garages be used for garages,
yeah,
are those CCRs also existing in the other townhomes in the Anderson Farms area?
I'm not sure that I wasn't here at the time when that was platted. These for sure will be, because I've already written these documents and the rules and regs regarding these, and I'm not sure how those were done. I would have to ask Chris Gambroulis, who was the one who did those at the time. Sometimes they're exempted out of the master and they just pay a fee to the master. Sometimes they're included in the master, so I'm not aware of how those were platted. I would have to research that. But I know for a fact these are in the rules and regs of the master community and will be managed by the master association and will be enforced by the management committee.
So these will go into the ICO portfolio. None will be for sale.
No, these are Ivory Homes portfolio.
Over homes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Got it.
So.
For sale or for rent?
Right now, they're planned to be for sale. If market changes dictate, then they would be for rent. But right now, the plan is to have them for sale. So
That kind of the same thing that happened on the last time. They were supposed to be for sale. Markets changed, and you kept all the townhomes for rent, right?
yeah, and I don't know that history, but yeah.
Okay.
But this right now, this is planned to be for sale, and in the Ivory Homes portfolio.
All right, any other questions, council?
I think this is a public hearing, and I don't know that we opened it. Do we need to do that?
Yes, we do.
I'll motion to open a public hearing.
I second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All in favor to open a public hearing?
Aye.
Okay, we are now in a public hearing.
But I still have a few items.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and let you finish the presentation before we take any comments from the public.
Okay, here's a few pictures of the renderings of some of the designs that could be built down there. I also went to Lehigh last week and took some pictures. I sent you a link to those today, so hopefully that's helpful. These are the townhomes that are proposed. Like Brad was saying, this is a mock-up that, it shows a back-to-back unit, and so for these to have a rear yard, they're also going to be including a door back here so they can access those rear yard, and then also increasing the kind of the architecture on this back of the home as well.
Do you guys have, so you guys have built these in Lehigh, the one on the bottom right-hand corner?
The bottom right-hand corner is a photo of Lehigh. And
So do they have the same regulation that the garage has to be used for a garage and not storage?
yes.
I'm just curious, as 3 of the 4 we're looking at have cars parked out there.
Yeah.
Well, it just might have been the time of day. I'm not sure what the actual situation is. Or if they're even all occupied, I'm not sure. I I know the one house with the truck on the end is our superintendent who builds the units. And so he was parked there just probably during the day because he works out of his office in the house. On the main level of his house, he has an office, and that's where he works. So he's probably not pulled in the garage with his truck that day. Those are our 3-story versions. Most likely those won't be built here in Lindon. It will most likely be the photograph in the top right corner. That is, the ones down on the bottom are very expensive. They're about $650,000. And the one on the top right is about $450,000. So most likely that will be the majority of the units built. With interest rates and the way things are in our current economic conditions, it's hard to get people qualified at 650.
So the CCR about the garages having to be garages, is that for the townhomes and the single homes?
Yes, all of
For everything?
Yeah, so what we do in our CCNRs is we have a blanket CCNR for everything, and then we have what's called benefited assessment areas within the master community. So you have different maintenance requirements, private roads, things like that make the dues for those homeowners different than other parts of the community. So for instance, we call these cottage homes. The cottage homes are landscaped and maintained by the homeowners association, so they'll pay one fee. The townhomes will pay an additional fee because they have the common drive area plus the yard maintenance, if that makes sense.
Great. I heard a lot of positive comments from Planning Commissioner, and I know some of the residents that live on the west side who are part of the current Anderson Farms community. They know that this was a master plan community, and Ivory has put a lot of thought into having cradle to retirement variety of housing affordable options, and the amenities out there are fantastic. And some of the people out there were really excited, like, maybe my kids can afford to live here. And it's still a really nice quality design. So, and it integrates with the community. It transitions over to the density and over to the rail line, future rail line. And so I know with the plant option that we had prior, obtaining that extra depth so we could have hopefully some awesome commercial opportunities in our Gateway Village concept. You know, Ivory could have just done a blanket swath of real basic townhomes. And so the feedback that I heard was, this was wonderful, more single family opportunities, those the cottage homes, people were really excited about. So thank you for putting a lot more thought into.
We tried to create a mix of product types here. And so the ones that are in our H1 area, I tried to make those fit a 2200s. We have what's called a 2200 plan, which is a 2200 square foot Rambler with a 3-car garage. And I believe all but one of those homes fits with a 3-car 2200 square foot Rambler, which is pretty good size. So a lot of our home plans, both our estate homes and our collection homes, could fit on those lots. And so we've tried to make it so we can transition from the bigger homes, bigger garage options to more affordable options. So that's what we've tried to do with this.
And I know you're saying this is a unique concept, these cottage homes, but I think they're going to become much more common statewide. Just the nature of, kids starting out or people wanting to downsize who don't want a big yard or can't afford the larger lot. But they still want to get into some home ownership. This is a trend I'm hearing that's going to be necessary in the state right now to have attainable housing. So.
And it's a good alternative to a townhome too. The price points are close, but it's still a single family detached home, so.
All right. Mike, you continue.
Just
please.
a couple other items. So now that this phase is coming about, and Ivory's applied to amend the development agreement and the ordinance, We've also wanted to look at 2 road cross sections as well. We want to look at, so myself and administration and city engineer, we've looked at this road section here, which is 1200 West, and then also this Wheatgrass Lane. So 1200 West is designed as a 55-foot right-of-way, and Wheatgrass Lane is designed as a 58-foot right-of-way. One of the concerns from engineering is there'll be a lot of people coming in and out of these multifamily apartments, and the city engineer was concerned about and would like to see a center turn lane, especially for the amount of traffic and moving trucks going in and out of the apartment building. That way traffic doesn't back up. And then with the Wheatgrass Lane, we'd like to see a little bit wider asphalt section to handle more traffic along this lane. We feel like this street, a lot of people will be using it to go over to Anderson Boulevard to the future signal that will go there at 700 North and Anderson Boulevard. So the proposal with these 2 streets, so this is 1200 West. This is the current design, has a planter strip on both sides. And what we would like to propose is to remove the park strip on the multifamily side. 1200 West also calls for a bicycle lane in our master plan. What we'd like to do is to put an 8-foot trail on this side. So this would be the single family side. So it can be a multi-use path. So pedestrians, bicycles on that 8-foot trail, keep the park strip, and then have your travel lane, your southbound travel lane, your center turn lane, and your northbound travel lane. So that would be that proposal for 1200 West. We do need to keep with that 55-foot right-of-way. If you feel like it needs to be widened at all, we can play around with that park strip. Anything less than 6 feet to have trees in it just isn't going to work. And so if you got rid of that park strip, we'd just put that into asphalt. But this is our recommendation here as city staff. There's some concern about industrial from the south using this road. I think, trying to keep it with trees on it, trying to keep it a little more narrow will help to keep some of that industrial traffic off of it, especially with semis or large vehicles. But we can continue to discuss that in just a minute. The other proposal would be this 58-foot road cross section. So you can see how it's currently designed with 29 feet of asphalt, planter strips on both sides. So what we're proposing on this one is to put the trail on the north side, on the commercial side. And the reasoning for that is if there's going to be fences along that south side of the road, that you're going to, the snow's not going to melt off of that. Plus there's a lot of streets, 3 different streets that go through that and break it up. So our proposal would be to have the trail on the north side, and then have your 2 travel lanes with parking on the south side with the residential on the residential side. So that could help accommodate some additional parking with for the townhomes, and then you'd have your park strip and sidewalk. So that would be the proposal for those 2 streets. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have them on those 2 proposals.
Who landscapes the park strip sections?
The homeowners association maintains those according to our development agreement.
So what is the width for lawn? It seems like there's a minimum you can do with water-wise.
8 feet.
8 feet, so no lawn would ever go
No
in.
lawn, no, just trees and then water-wise landscaping. I'll go back to 1200 West as well.
And then on the 1200 West, on the east side, what is the setback before the first multifamily 2-story? There's going to be an area for landscaping.
Yeah, so you have your sidewalk, and then you have almost 12 feet of landscaping, and then your first townhome or apartment, 2-story apartment building. Sorry, they're not townhomes. All right, and then we've prepared motions for both the ordinance amendment and the development agreement. If you decide to move forward on those tonight, here's the ordinance as it's written. It provides the setback requirements for each parcel. So you've got parcel H1, which is exactly the same as the rest of the development. One other change right here on this section, the ordinance calls out for the existing development, calls out a 5-foot side yard and a 5-foot side yard, but the development agreement called out 6 feet and 6 feet. So this is just clarifying that.
Yeah, that was an issue we pushed and discussed and changed.
Mm-hmm. So again, it calls out the different parcels, what the setbacks would be, and then a couple things that additions here. It says H3 would allow 1 flag lot. You can see that on phase H3 there. There's one little flag lot section. For sections 133 through, or lots 133 through 138. Let me go back to those real quick. That's these lots right here, 133 through 138. Those are double frontage lots, and what we're saying is because these lots are so small, we're only granting access from the front of the home. And then we're also saying that there's a maximum lot coverage for these homes as well, so which is 60 to 65% lot coverage on those, so that you still have some driveway and yard area on those properties. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions, or Brad can answer any additional things he might have. See, there was one more thing I was just thinking out. Oh, I just wanted to go back to this table one more time, just see in case you have any questions. The one thing you are getting with this proposal is you are getting 12 less townhomes than you would be if you were putting the other proposal in, the alternative plan. I think the benefit is you are getting some smaller lots, but you are getting some detached home ownership in those as well. So with that, yeah, and your circulation as well, making most of that traffic to go to this wheatgrass lane instead of going through the neighborhood.
I get a lot of complaints on 1700 West in the Fieldstone homes. It's such a long, linear, straight shot out to 700 North that the residents there feel like there's a lot of higher speeds than they'd like to see in this. This is a natural traffic calming design through those neighborhoods to help.
I had a timeline question. So the previous proposal, the black and white,
yes.
So was that image was approved by the city council and the planning commission at that time? Or is that?
So brand new today. The
Okay.
previous one is what you see right there, with the road between it.
Okay.
This one here.
Okay.
So that concept map was approved as part of the development agreement, saying this is conceptually how this could develop with
Okay.
these types of units if that commercial piece developed, which now we own it and our hope is it develops as a commercial piece. So the other alternative, if we wouldn't have picked up the commercial, then you could go to that original, this one on the right, that's more of what would have happened if the city didn't buy that.
So with these two, the road does not go through. So what motivated the current past option to have the road go through? So in these two cases, the road does not go through, but in the black and white graphic, the road goes through. And so I was curious as to what motivated that.
Which road are you referring to?
The one that is not, it's not the wheatgrass, not 500, this one.
This one.
The one that Mike expressed concern about. In the other two concepts, that's capped off in a cul-de-sac, but in this it's not. And so I'm just curious as to what motivated this proposal instead of retaining one of the other two, either the commercial one, the option where we didn't purchase the commercial, or the option where, anyway.
The cul-de-sac.
Yes. Why isn't there a cul-de-sac on this?
We have, it probably doesn't qualify for cul-de-sac in our ordinance.
That's correct, unless there was, this is probably too deep right here, to be able to have a cul-de-sac at the end. It's
Okay.
probably too long.
Okay.
And so,
There's a limit in our ordinance that prohibits permanent cul-de-sacs that are longer than 650.
But if that road had stayed in there, like it was shown previously, right there, the road that cuts through the townhomes, it would have been just fine.
And I
Why,
can,
and
I
we
can
removed that road
You're
because,
talking the north-south piece. Is that what you're talking
right,
about?
he's talking
I'm
that.
talking about that road right there.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Why did we remove that road? You explained it to me, I don't know that I fully understood. You said because they had started,
So they
Yeah.
had started down, because our 5-year time frame expired, in 2021. And so they started down this road here of just putting it in as single-family lots. And so this is developed, as far as this part right to about right here now. And so that would have, that's why that road would go through at this point.
So the existing infrastructure was begun on the west side?
Jake's question is.
yes,
Yeah.
can we not go back to
Yeah,
this
that's my
original
question,
concept?
too.
That was,
I have the same question. Can I explain?
yeah, that's great.
So look at your image on the left on the screen. All of the lots, all of the single-family lots in that concept plan are smaller than all of the lots on the image on the right-hand side because of the commercial and the townhomes. So when we went down the path, which is called our Plat G, the lots are larger than the one on the left. So we're entitled to a certain number of units in the plan. And in order to meet that, where we already marched down the road and did Plat G to facilitate the commercial parcel, the only way to get that number of units in is to eliminate the road and make it more efficient with the current setbacks. And that's why we're proposing the change in the concept plan, because it gives you a better plan for the city than just trying to meet the existing ordinance as efficient as possible by a long straight road. So that's the whole
That wraps
purpose
my mind around it.
of the new concept plan.
I think I just want to make sure I'm tracking right. So you can't do the one on the left.
No.
They can, but they won't get the amount of units that they want to
Yeah,
get.
so the
That
difference-
that they're allowed to get within the master agreement.
Okay.
They started building partway into that area, and they chose to do larger lots than what you see currently, is what I'm hearing you say on some
Yeah,
of them.
So the plan on the right were always larger lots, and so we were marching down the road with the plan on the right. And so then when we were asked to hold off and do the commercial parcel with you, it made it so we had already done a different plan than what was on the left, so we couldn't do the left plan without eliminating the cul-de-sac and the road, so that it's more efficient to fit all the number of units in that were on the plan. If that makes sense. So Plat G already had, I don't remember how many lots, 20-something lots that were different than the plan on the left. So we had to adapt, and that's what we would be left with, is something like that black and white image.
So for the whole development, you were allowed up to 500 units, correct? And you were going to be up to 485 with this current proposal. What would you have lost had you been forced to kind of continue?
Yeah.
I guess that's really the question or the concern for you, is you want to maximize the number of lots you are allowed, but we're cut back because you developed already in G. So, am I not asking that right?
No, we wouldn't lose any lots either way.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be the same number of units.
But just
either way.
more smaller.
The black and white plan, if you can go to that plan, I think your totals were wrong on this, by the way, Mike.
In the staff report, they
Yeah.
were, but
Yeah.
I think I corrected them in
But,
that.
but all
in
of
here.
those lots are right around 6,000 square feet to do the existing setbacks, the way they're written, and those townhomes are very similar to the townhomes that were on the original concept plan. So this is as close as we can get under the current requirements in the development agreement and the zoning ordinance. So this unit count is the same. Our new plan, if you go to that plan, we were able to create diversity in product, reduce the number of townhomes by adding that smaller lot, single-family component, and we were able to get some larger lots with three-car garage estate options for people. So it just creates a wider variety rather than 2 different product types. Now we have 4 different product types, if that makes sense.
To your question, comment about the numbers, just so that I have it right. So you're saying that the correct number would show that the total number of units should be the same in both?
Correct.
Because currently the numbers indicate that your new proposal would give you 7 more units than the past proposal.
Yeah, but I think if you add up the unit count, they're the exact same.
Okay, because I have 30 single-family units and 42 townhomes in the previous, so 72, and then 49 single-family units and 30 townhomes, 79. So I guess based off of the data that we've received from staff, but you're saying that's inaccurate.
Yeah, I think they forgot the street on the left when they put the staff report together, so it's actually like 37 single-family units and 42 towns versus 49 single-family and 30 towns.
Okay, and that was my question. I think that's, we were taught, you did it better.
No.
Thank you. But that was what I was trying to get back to, is how the numbers were different, but thank you.
Okay, so 37.
All right, council, any other questions?
What was the width of the road? I saw in the previous colored road exhibit, that color is the same, that's not going to be the configuration of homes. Is the color still matching the width of what the road will be with the island and everything? So
55. Yeah, 55.
So in the new, in the new application, those will be 55.
Yes, these roads will be, yes.
All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone in here from the public that would like to make a comment, we would welcome that now at this time.
Come on, that's what you
Come on up. Welcome. Ron?
Thank you. Good to see new faces. My only concern is on 1200 West. You know, I think this concept's great. I think it ties in a lot better than the old one, and it's probably good. But, you know, a 55-foot right-of-way is, you know, to have 1200 West the same width as those little roads around the townhouses and stuff is a little substandard, but it is what it is because the development agreement put it that way. I appreciate Brad and Ivory for being willing to change this. I met with Chris a few months ago when we found out it was going to have those 2 narrow lanes and no turn lane or anything else on that main thing. I guess our main concern is, you know, the city's invested quite a bit of money there to try and make that a commercial thing, and you know, we had the dog in the fight too there, and so to have that narrow thing, and we appreciate them dropping the planting strip off the one side like we suggested, put a turn lane in, but you know, at least where it goes out into 7th West, and I don't have a great thing, I mean, other than the drop in the park strip, and it's, you know, you get a bigger road, but even if we could drop it down, at least on the commercial end where they come off 7th, maybe take that down to 3 feet, drop the trees for a little ways, maybe put some, you know, the water-wise planting or something, but I mean, we need a good throat coming off of 700 North. I mean, you know, commercial lives and dies by access, and so, we got one chance to get it right, and so there's, but, do appreciate Ivory with, changing the plan and working with it and making what it is, but if there's something you could do to help that north commercial area, it might be, and we don't want to hold them up. I know they've been waiting to do it, but, the road won't be there for a while, but if somebody comes up with a good idea on how to make the commercial viable, that'd be great, so, appreciate you.
All right, any other public comment?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Broderick to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, back to you, council.
I'd love to go first. Have we ever, so 4 foot side setback. Is there anywhere else throughout the Ivory development that has a 4 foot side setback?
5?
5
Everything
is
has-
the
Everything has
lowest.
6. Or 6 is the minimum.
6 is the lowest up until now. And so, okay, I think I've asked all my questions. This is an interesting one. This is an interesting one for new council members. Your second council meeting ever, you're being requested to approve the smallest single-family lot in the history of Lindon by almost half, and the lowest side setback ever by 2 feet. That's a lot. This is a tough one. Because the decision we make tonight will approve that. We'll approve these smallest single-family lots. I love what you guys have done in G. I drive through there, and the houses there, they are impressive. And I think that the H1 that's proposed would look really great. You've over-delivered, in my opinion, there. Incredible job. I've been through a few of those homes. Really great job, and I've just been impressed what you've done with some of those larger lots. This one's hard because it is a new type of density to Lindon, and this whole entire development from the beginning, from 2016, has been an introduction of different types of density to Lindon. The apartments that we'll see in the next item are the first that we'll have of the townhomes at this scale. And so it's always been an introductory period for density for Lindon. This H3, I'm having a really hard time with 2,900 square foot lots. To me, introduces yet another type of density to Lindon. It's brand new. We will have never seen it before. I've seen the ones out in Lehigh, Eagle Mountain, a few of these other places, and they're tight. There's 25 of these lots, and they're tight. They're really tight, and I'm a little worried that as we introduce the apartments, which are the next item, I'm having some hesitancy on 2,900 square foot lots. And I know that's the minimum, and I should state the range, but a lot of them are smaller by a long shot from anything we've ever seen. And so I have some hesitation, if I'm being perfectly honest. In full disclosure, 2017, 2016, with the original approval, I was a no vote, 4-1, and that was for the density. I felt like the density was too much at that time. And also had some concerns on the depth of our commercial piece, which we've remedied that now at no small expense to the city. But that's where I am at right now.
Appreciate those comments. And I would like to just reiterate, this is actually less density. This plan is less density, less doors.
Depends on how you define
Yeah, what they
single
could have done.
family.
Closeness defines density. So I'm going to follow up a little bit on Jake. I love the concept. I love the roads type of a thing, how they're controlling that. I fought like crazy when it was at 5 and moved it to 6. I was one of the approval votes, but I don't know if I can get to those side setbacks. And even kind of on the front setbacks too. I'm uncomfortable with them. But there's so much in there that I like with that
So
new
could
proposal.
I ask you a question, Councilmember Broderick? So with townhomes, potentially, there's no side setback. They could do more townhomes that are connected.
Yes.
With no side setback whatsoever. This plan gives more detached,
Yes, I
single
catch that.
family.
So for me, one big building that's not all these little chopped up ones, I would rather have the big building
Okay.
with their side by
fair
side.
enough.
It makes it feel less congested to me in my eye.
What's hard is I prefer this color plan from a road standpoint so much more, which is why the conversation that Cole just brought up is important, because I don't know that I necessarily want to go to this giant long road of 6,000 square foot lots either. The black and white, which is why that road was important and was trying to really understand why we couldn't still put a road through there. And so I think maybe one of the questions that I have are there, depending on where we end up with a vote tonight, is there any options for further exploration of this site plan to make it a little more, desirable?
I'm not necessarily in agreement with these guys, not that I disagree with them. They make some good points. Where I struggled the most was on the townhomes. I went and counted the driveways, right? So the other townhomes that are in the Anderson Farms area, there was 124 driveways. And of those 124 driveways, 58 of them have cars in them.
Yeah.
Right, so you've got 46.8% of the people that, for whatever reason, aren't parking inside their garage, whether that's they're just new move-ins or whether they've got a hobby going on in their garages. You made the comment about the CCRs, which is really interesting. I have no idea what kind of impact that has when they have HOA rules that require them to use their garage for a garage. But on those townhomes that they don't, my daughter lives in a place like this, and everybody's parking on the street. The visitor parking, there's no such thing as visitor parking because I've never in my life parked in visitor parking because I'm always just trying to get in the road. And I think that's going to create a significant problem there for snow removal and everything else. I just don't think there's enough parking there for those townhomes. The other townhomes, they're great where they have a driveway.
All right, great. And I know in the original development agreement, that was a big topic, was making sure that these were full driveways that could fit a full-size car. And it sounds like that's still continuing. You know, my kids and myself, we park on our driveway all the time. So making sure that the cars are on the driveway, there is enough room. You go into some townhome places and the driveways are so short, cars are hanging over into the sidewalk right of way, or it's not long enough to fit a vehicle. So from my understanding, this will still, Ivory kind of went above and beyond with their plan to accommodate on parking to someone to park on their property and not congest the road. So this plan accommodates that, continues that. So that, in my mind, that's a big positive.
I would like to add, this was really hard because you guys letting us purchase that commercial extension has created this problem for you. And when the city council was discussing that, I was sitting over there, the city-elect, and struggling with the same thing. Does the city take on that burden? And I asked you, Brad, what you felt about it, and you said, owning the land gives you options. And I appreciate that honesty, even though that, impacted your business. So I have a ton of respect for you personally, though.
So Lincoln, maybe you could share, you said Lincoln is a liaison with the Planning Commission. Could you share a little bit how the Planning Commission looked at this and what some of the comments were?
They were very favorable. Now that you're putting me on the spot and freaking me out, Mayor, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I know you were on your
and I was on my
sick bed.
deathbed as I was listening, but they actually were, all of them were favorable. There were some comments about the road, and there were comments about ownership of the townhomes. But they seemed, by and large, amiable to the proposal being put at hand.
In the staff report, it says that they had concerns about the setbacks.
There were three things that they said, we want these concerns noted: setbacks, ownership, width of the road.
Well, I was sick, so I don't remember the setback. Thank you, Van. Now I see that.
And those were concerns from like individual commissioners. We're not the commission as a whole, but commissioners as individuals.
Right.
So it sounds like one of those points, the width of the road, which is kind of a collector road there, and it would be accessing our commercial opportunities there. I think, council, I'd love to hear from you what your thoughts are on the different opportunities we have there to mitigate that. Maybe if we address that first.
The 1200 West Road?
Correct.
I appreciate the opportunities that, we have to kind of eliminate some pieces, and they've already addressed that with parkways and different things like that. I've just seen too many roads around the county where they bring them in, they beautify them, they do different things, and then they tear it all out. And I'd rather be forward thinking, and I appreciate Ron's comments about that, just saying, let's look down the road, even though the road won't be in right away, to say it's going to connect to 700 North. There's going to be traffic from all these places. Let's make sure that that's thoughtfully done. So I love trees, I love planters, but I don't mind eliminating them if, for safety purposes, we're able to create a street that will give us better access. So, I'd even go as far as eliminating more than just one parkway if we could get a wider road there.
Yeah, I agree with
Parkway, park strip.
the park strip.
Park strip, sorry.
Keeping one park strip, could you give us a comparison to that segment there with maybe another road that we already have in the community?
So that would give you 38 feet of asphalt.
Your standard residential streets are 32 asphalt, and so this is 6 feet wider, plus you've got your gutters.
But you're trying to do a center lane here, which we don't on our standard residential.
Right, but this is, I'm just saying the standard residential is 32 right now in Lindon, so this is 6 feet wider than that. If you can visualize, most of your neighborhoods is going to be that. I don't know that we have a 38 foot of asphalt that I can think of.
So it's wide, okay. So you feel like do you feel, Mike, you and the engineers looked at this. What is your professional opinion on what this will or won't accommodate, looking down the road of what might be needed here?
Yeah, I think it accommodates a lot. That throat on 700 North with the commercial, we're going to need to work on that. I think one concern we have is, this would not allow for any parking in front of the multifamily, and this one, and we're worried that people will want to park there, so we want to look at with our engineers some type of striping or something like that on the portion in front of the multifamily to see if cars could be parked there or not with the turn lane. Separating the striping. So we still want to evaluate that further.
Steve, what you said resonated with me with maximizing 1200 West by removing that last park strip.
Yeah, and I don't see it as a residential road. Where it's going to connect 700 North and is it 500 on that other end?
Mm-hmm.
And then with all the other traffic that comes in, I'm just not seeing it as a residential road. So I want to see it more as an access road, a larger access road to the commercial and to the neighborhoods.
The issue really becomes if you take out that other park strip, so you gain 6 feet in your asphalt width, but that doesn't give you any functional space. And what I mean by that is it doesn't provide another lane, it doesn't provide enough shoulder to park. So you've got a few feet wider in your travel lanes, but there's no additional function that's provided by that 6 feet. So that's something, just be aware of that. You're not gaining any new lanes or parking spaces if you take out that.
They just got a little bigger.
Right.
Yeah. Well, from the planning commission meeting, there was the comments about the large semi trucks going through, so would the wider lanes be more friendly towards that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's the size of vehicle that we would be potentially seeing down that road.
And conceivably, there could be, versus between the sidewalk and the pavement, having a landscape strip, we could make sure, I mean, the commercial's gonna have a setback as well that could be landscaped from the sidewalk into the commercial.
Yes.
So there could be some opportunity for beautification there. Currently, our commercial setback requirement is
20 feet.
20 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just lose the little berm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with Adam though. I just don't know what are you going to do with that extra 6 feet? You know, if it might be fine on the commercial or whatever, but in this section, what's the function of adding another 6 feet? Like you said, we can't add parking. You know, that's not enough room for parking on the side.
And as a whole, I don't like parking on the street.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you give up the whole 6 feet, but maybe you get another foot for each one of those. What's a normal travel lane? Is that pretty close, 10.5?
10 is probably generous. I mean, a parking stall is 9 feet wide. So
I think
a travel lane is usually 10 to 12.
Yeah. 10 and a half, and talking to Noah, I think he likes 11-foot travel lanes, if I remember right.
See, and I'm not maybe looking for all 6 feet, but if those get bumped up just a little bit each one.
Because I just want to make sure I'm following what you're saying. So you're saying there is no benefit, and then comments are made that the lanes would be wider. So is one of those two things not accurate? Lanes won't be wider, or
No,
they?
Not a new added function like by widening them, we don't get parking now.
Yeah.
It wouldn't allow
It just
that.
gives more room for
Okay,
the
so
current
just
uses.
to clarify though, just make sure I'm clear, we're discussing this elevation where you eliminate one parking strip that does create the function of giving us a center turn lane. But what's in question is, do we eliminate the second 6-foot park strip on the west side? What do we get out of that?
See, and I'm okay
eliminating.
with like a 3-foot park strip if that works, if that's enough. And add 1 foot in each one of those so it feels a little better. I don't know if that gets what you want, Steve, to.
Are you thinking a 3 and a 3 instead of a 6 and a none?
No, like a 3.
Just 1 3.
And then
Okay.
put that in the asphalt to make the 2 lanes
A little more
wider.
comfortable.
Because, yes, as the traffic increases on this, the speeds are going to increase. And that's the dilemma. You keep it narrow to slow people down, or they're gonna go fast anyway, give them a little bit of room. I don't know the great answer to that. But I would like to see another foot in each one of those myself.
Give us 1 sec, we're going to pull.
Thank you.
You can take 2 secs, Mike.
It's hard when we're.
So using that as your monitor, yeah.
Different folders, okay?
Sorry, I shouldn't have. I could just quietly.
While we're on a break, I am going to mention that our beloved Mary Barnes received an offer.
Yeah.
And she's going to be moving on. And yeah.
To
She's,
Provo.
that broke my heart when I heard about that. I was already sick in bed.
Get me while I'm
She's done a great job for.
Any options for us to counter or to take a look? Sounds like it's a pretty done deal.
It's about opportunity for growth in her careers.
But do wish her the best, right? If it's an opportunity for growth, that's great for her.
Yes.
So I just maybe this helps visualize that it's okay, we're all right. Just to clarify, I want to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about here. So that commercial piece that we purchased is right here. So this cross-section that we're talking about is the entire length of 1200 west, from 700 north all the way down to 500 north. I think it was helpful for me. Today I asked our engineer late this afternoon, I said, is there a way we can overlay, we're talking about both of the apartments and these other images, and so this is a little bit messy. He just took a graphic from the apartment complex and stuck it in here, and so but I think visually that helped me to spatially understand what we were considering as far as where the entrances were into the apartments and how some of these other proposed roads kind of came into that. As you're looking at, so that 8-foot trail along that west side, part of why Mike just mentioned it's 8 feet is because there's another trail that runs here along the north side of this roadway and then cuts through that neighborhood, and that's 8 feet.
That would be 8 feet on.
And then on the north side, he proposed there that also be 8 feet along that commercial.
And then Anderson Boulevard has an 8-foot trail.
8-foot trails on that. And so that's part of where that 8-foot came from along the west side. Yeah, so to your question about can we eliminate the 6-foot park strip? Sure, I think we could do that on the west side of that. But again, all you're gaining is, instead of a 10.5-foot lane, maybe you're gaining a 12-foot lane. And so you're not picking up a wide shoulder or anything there.
Mike, you had mentioned the use of that as a speed management tool. I'm not familiar with that. Is there data or studies that show the degree to which that is effective?
I don't know what the degree would be, but it is your perception as you look at narrowing that corner or that corridor with trees and less pavement, it does, as a perception, help people slow down as they go along that, along a street like this. 1200 north is 1200 west is a long corridor, and so that's one thing I'm worried about by opening that up for really wide asphalt is what's our speeds going to be along 1200 west? What issues are we causing with wider streets?
Sure.
There are studies that show narrowing the roadway or putting in chokers or things like that do slow speeds, but on this specific plan, we haven't studied any.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
A question came up earlier to me about this through traffic and some of the issues with the industrial zone, and hey, are we opening ourselves up with some of this industrial traffic that's going to want to go north and south here? I did have a conversation with Trent and Noah, our engineers, this afternoon about some of that traffic, and they felt like keeping a narrower road width, as Mike mentioned, was probably beneficial to that. A question came up of, why do we want this road to connect all the way through? We do have a future traffic signal that's met warrants with UDOT on 500 North and Geneva Road right there. And so having an access point for the apartment complex or these future homes, where if they're want to go east or south, that I think in the engineer's mind, and when we initially looked at all of this development, was something that we felt was beneficial. If we could route people from this corner of the development straight to a traffic signal versus them cutting through the neighborhood and then having to go up and around. And so in general, Noah's comment to me as far as roadways, he was of the opinion, and I agree, my opinion as well. The more access points in roadways is typically the better. We can disperse the traffic instead of focusing the traffic on one or two streets. That will help improve situations with congestion at intersections or at traffic signals. And so just as an FYI of why do we want this to come all the way through. Obviously, this entire section up here is these three pieces. This one, whoops, I just clicked that. So that corner, this, and this are commercial. And so having that center turn lane through here and hopefully some access points into those commercial parcels would be beneficial. As I talked with Noah and Trent on this plan, as you look at just the residential section, having the turn lanes, you felt like having that turn, it's not a median, that center turn lane striped on the roadway would be beneficial on the entrance into the apartments and probably on this intersection. It was mixed on whether or not we would need a turn lane here headed south. Very unlikely that we'd have much through traffic that would continue from this residential neighborhood into the industrial zone. And so most of those are gonna turn and come out. And so there may be some opportunity with a striping plan where you could have a 60 or 80 foot turn lane on each section, and then that turn lane becomes just the stripe, and then you would pick up parking on the sides. And so maybe you would pick up 20, 30 spaces of parking along the roadways, but it depends on the striping plan, so. Sorry, more information for you to consider. So,
Thank you.
so on that cross section, even though it shows on this, there would be no parking because the travel lanes are pushed out to the edges. But with that striping, as you get away from those intersections, you might be able to pick up some.
All right, thank you so much. Any further questions on the cross-section? So how does everyone feel about this proposed cross-section? I think the 8-foot multi-use, bicycle path and tying that into the current existing infrastructure is very smart, a great idea. So this proposes eliminating one park strip, 6 foot, so there can accommodate a center turn lane. So either we're good with this and what staff is proposing, or some council may want to eliminate the other 6 feet. It can't gain parking along the street. It can't gain any other function, so to speak, other than wider berth and the travel lanes. So how does that's my understanding is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation. I'm very comfortable with the proposal.
With the park strip intact?
Yeah.
One kept intact.
With the center turn lane, as it's described here, the 3
As
lanes,
described.
center turn lane. Yeah.
Okay. Seemed like Van's proposal was a compromise.
Yeah,
Not
get
doing
those-
the full 6 remove, but a portion of that.
Did you not say Noah prefers an 11-foot
Yeah.
travel lane?
So
I
it'd
mean,
give
now
us
we're
a
talking
foot.
6 inches.
And the one thing to keep in mind, going from a 6 foot, you could have trees, you could have a tree-lined street providing shade for the pedestrians or the bicycles versus a 3
Yeah, no
eliminates.
trees.
We have to be doing more shrubs, water-wise shrubs in that strip.
And you were saying the setback on the apartments would be affording some landscaping as well on the other side? I think that's a good compromise then. Slightly wider, but still has a traffic.
Did you have a comment,
slowing.
Mike? Okay.
No,
Is that something we can just approve?
maybe let
Or is that
staff
something
work
we
out
need
that
to-
last 3 feet, what we're going to do with
Sure,
that.
if it makes any sense, yeah.
I don't know, Brian, if you're good with that.
I'm fine with that. We add that in.
Okay.
All right, so the cross-section, do we feel like we fleshed that out to everyone's satisfaction? So I'd suggest we discuss then the other pain points here.
Are you-
that
real
were
quick,
brought up.
sorry,
Oh,
the
go
other
ahead.
cross-section, are you okay with the wheatgrass lane?
Oh, yes, thank you. Let's make
As
sure we cover
proposed.
that as
I
well.
am.
Okay,
Yes, as proposed.
okay.
It's already wider. It's a 58.
So you're okay with parking on that street?
It's a wider cross-section to accommodate.
It'll be the backside of commercial, so there'll be a fence, and the backside of residential, so there'll be a fence, right? Is that
So
right?
it's more tolerable in that situation for me, for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of the buffer zone as well
Yeah.
from residential to commercial.
If I can find it here.
Parking's
Back
on
to
the
this.
south side. Is that right?
So this other cross-section is this roadway.
Yeah.
Right.
And on the south side, adjacent to the homes, backyards, there would be parking allowed. On the north side, no parking.
Okay, thanks.
Does that help?
It does.
Who names your roads?
The street names in our future phase, I named them.
Ah, that's awesome.
You can say something good or bad about it.
No, I just was curious where they come from.
Anybody want their name on a street?
I know.
No,
Yes.
Say
All right.
go with the farm theme.
Yeah,
You
for
didn't-
sure.
They sure do. Yeah, and I would love to take the opportunity, you know, I've been involved with the Utah Valley Chamber of Commerce Valley Visioning, and I don't know if any of you have kind of seen those surveys that went out the last several years.
Yeah.
You know, one of the realities that we're facing right now in the valley is that the Kempsey Gardner Institute projects we will gain 1 million people by 2065 in this valley. And 80 to 85% of that is our own kids, right? It's not, there is some in-migration, but a lot of it is our own organic growth. I'm experiencing right now kids who are of the age trying to buy a home. They cannot afford the homes in Ivory Homes right now because they start 8, 9, and above. And so the opportunity to, I think the American dream is, yes, sometimes townhomes are where we start, but the new starter home is going to have to be these smaller lot cottage concepts. That's the reality of what's happened with the cost of housing now in the state. When I talk with those young people that have a couple kids and they want to get out of the townhome, they want to get into their first home, they can't afford what is the current first home here, but they really want to get into something like this. And I think that's where, you know, the state is now, this legislative session, you're going to be hearing a lot of bills that may actually start to require these smaller lots. This is an opportunity, I think, as Karen Danielson put on the Planning Commission, she lives out there. She thought these were great. She said, you know, the community out there knows that this was a master plan development. We had Ivory come in. We asked a lot of Ivory as a city. Ivory rebuilt a sewer lift station to the tune of a couple million, that retired some lift stations in city that were aging infrastructure. They just donated a multi-million-dollar park that is state of the art. They mitigated some of the groundwater issues and created, you know, a system that helps use the groundwater there to water the yards and helps with our water-wise efficiencies. So this has been a great partnership, and I think as we transition to what it will be also, I want to point out too on the larger map, strategically thinking, we have to have transit in our view. One of the things in those valley visioning surveys found that people throughout this valley believe that high traffic, congestion, and poor air quality were in the top factors of what reduced a good quality of life. And so growth is coming whether we like it or not, and with those 1 million people. And so with 85% of that being our own kids and grandkids, if we just have unplanned urban sprawl, they kind of forecasted you would lose a lot of the small farms, the open spaces, the trails. So really the strategy now is to strategically plan where your growth goes. And the growth, it makes most sense for it to have maybe density in the core, these kind of hubs where you're going to have mass transit so that you can preserve the neighborhoods. And what I see here is Ivory is transitioning of larger lots, executive size homes that can have a 3-car garage, transitioning to some of these more attainable. This is not affordable housing, we're low income. This is just attainable housing, detached families where you're not sharing walls with other people and you have a yard. You kind of have that American dream starting out to the density that now makes sense to be next to the future track station. And in that quadrant up there, that's our TOD site. The state requires for Lindon to get a future track station, we are required to have multifamily, you know, density. So it's one of those places where it makes sense to have a little bit of density happen for Lindon. Obviously, we're not going to do it on the scale of Vineyard and PG and our neighbors. This is very strategic and it's minimal. And it also will drive the commercial opportunities, the number of doors that we need. So with this plan, I just would like to kind of set that table for those that maybe are new or listening online, why this development agreement kind of evolved as it did, as we saw that there were some amazing win-wins on that infrastructure that Ivory contributed in exchange for that vested right of doors. And then also Ivory tried to wear the hat of how can we really create a variety of housing so that this is a vibrant community that stays, really nice. And they've done, beautiful boulevards and paths and trails and things that will make it, I think, stay. And the opportunity for home ownership is one of the key conversations that we had in this revision as they went and looked at, okay, are we going to just do a swath of a whole bunch of townhomes, or will we create more home ownership opportunity? So I appreciate, what's being presented here tonight. And
being new to all of this, I've spent literally hours trying to figure everything out here. This is a very complex thing, but what Mayor Lundberg just said resonates with me. I have friends in that community. They've lived there many of them from the beginning, and they love it. As I was preparing to run for the seat, we took time to go out and look at that area, at the pump house and the park and all the things out there, and it's just a beautiful community. I struggled, the same thing with everybody else, with some of the side setbacks. Thank you. See, I'm learning terms. Size of lots, those kind of things, but the number of those lots are very small relative to the entire community. And they will sell to somebody, and they will want that kind of, arrangement, much as you talked about. I have a daughter too who lives with us, who we're hoping to get her in a house. I hope she's not listening. But it's a reality. They struggle with the price. That entry point is so expensive for many. But I think the variety of the homes in this area are really just right, and I think the master plan is very well done. The apartments that are coming, I worried about that. We talk about density, and it's a difficult thing for some people. But what I saw in the plan for that was a beautiful unit, and so I've gone up and down with it, back and forth, but I'm leaning toward, approving all of this. I think it's a worthy endeavor.
One of the pain points I think on the list was setbacks, right? And I think if focusing on that for a moment, it seems like the number of units is the same, with the difference being either 12. It's a number of 12. And those will either be townhomes or these detached smaller homes. So the numbers are the same. I'm sure having the smaller homes, when you're speaking of Ivory, helps them probably make more money, because it will be, those cottage homes sound like they'll sell for slightly more than a townhome would. The setbacks, the side, so I drove down to the Lehigh community to see what it was like, and for me personally, the side setbacks aren't as much as a concern. The front setbacks, I just started taking pictures of vehicles spilling over onto the sidewalks, and I stopped after taking 9, and I was just like, oh, well, that's one thing that concerned me, was just blocking of sidewalks. I saw them, it was like they had their air conditioner condenser between them, but in front, they're just a walkable community became less walkable, and individuals in wheelchairs are in compromising positions when they hit a car and can't go down a curb to go around a car. And so I was concerned about friends with mobility devices. So the front setback actually was something that resonated with me.
Where I say setbacks.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about side, but the setbacks is.
Yeah. So front specifically.
Do you know
for
what
me.
those front setbacks were, where you feel the cars were bleeding over?
No, I don't know what the measurements in Lehigh were. I tried to measure it, but it was too dark with my phone to see what they were. But anyway, so when I saw that H1 is 20 feet, H2 is 18, H3 is 18. I don't know. There are a lot of trucks that were at these places. And I think some of the larger trucks are 22 feet now, and that won't fit in a garage. I come from a family that have trucks, and so I see trucks only. So that's the one thing that gave me a moment to pause is it seems like the trade-offs are the housing type, and I don't know, magic wands. Would love that right now, magic wand.
That brings up a good point. So let me understand, Michael, you mentioned right now it says that a certain percentage would have to remain on those lots. The footprint of the home, the dwelling. Could you review that really quickly? I'm just
60%.
Yeah, so
60, 60, and 65.
Yeah, so between 60 and 65 would be the maximum lot coverage. Because the reason why we need that in there, because what the development agreement says is if we don't, if it's not spelled out in the ordinance of the development agreement, then we fall back onto our R120 and R112 zone. And the maximum lot coverage is 40% in those zones. And so that's why we put this maximum lot coverage of 60 and 65 in the ordinance.
all right. So that question for you, Mr. Mackey, would be, okay, so we want to maybe push those back just a little bit. Maybe the backyard is has less green space. What does that look like?
Can you pull up my concept plan? So really, you have a couple pinch points in H2. So H2, the only reason we're proposing the same setback is you see that transition between H2 and H1, there's a knuckle. Right there at that knuckle, those lots have an industrial setback because of the use that's south of us that pushes that so that lot gets pinched. And so that's why I'm proposing an 18-foot. So technically we could just do an 18-foot driveway on that one lot and the rest of them could all be 20-foot. That's no problem at all. But where your exhibit and the information that you were presented needed to be consistent with the map. That's the pinch point on those lots, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the rest of them, 20 would be fine. The other ones, again, you have a few lots where it's pinched on corners, where we're trying to get curvilinear roads to make them a little bit, nicer to drive down and more livable. And those kind of curves and changes make the setbacks, because you're squaring the house up to the street, and if you have a diagonal street or a curvilinear street, it creates those variables to be able to have the option to make sure that we get at least a 10-foot backyard. But if you thought the driveway depth was more important than the backyard depth, you could go to a 20-foot driveway. I have no problem with that. And then we'd have a few homes that might have an 8-foot backyard minimum. Still enough to have your dog go in the backyard and things like that. But we were just trying to create a balance on everything.
For sure.
And that's why we went with what we did when we gave that proposal to you. Because we were trying to look at the holistic picture of everything we're dealing with here.
If we go 18 feet on this, what kind of ramification does that have across the whole city, though?
It's only to this parcel H.
Okay.
And it would only be to parcel H2 and H3, actually. It wouldn't be
That's
all of
correct.
parcel
Right,
H.
H1 is already there.
All right, council, how do you feel about that information? Would you want to adjust the front setback with that caveat explained?
So we could have something that says that it's 20 feet unless, there's the radius or something, and we could even call out which lots can be 18, have an 18-foot front yard, if that works.
All right. Any comment on the front setbacks? That was one of the comments.
Cole, what's your thoughts? This one you brought up, is that,
Yeah, I'm,
should mitigate that?
I think it does. I think there's only so much one can give, right? I feel like the function of a 10-foot backyard and an 8-foot backyard starts to diminish anyway a little bit, but it's hard to lose space for anyone. I think I've heard more concerns at the community level about the experience of going down streets and roads and sidewalks because of that. And so having,
Congestion.
yeah, and I don't know. So, yeah, I think having a larger setback on the front would be one attempt to reduce that frustration for people. But I'm open to other people's ideas on that too.
I put my truck on a 20-foot setback, and I'm always pulling it forward right up to my fence so that I don't go into the sidewalk. An 18-foot setback would be super tight, short bed truck. It would be super tight. Possible? Yeah. So make the trade a little bit less backyard. My kids have a dog. They're in one of these communities that is super tight. They'd do anything to just have a backyard where they put their dog, right? So keep that sidewalk clear for especially accessibility. That's a really good point. I think they would still be happy with their slightly smaller backyard. That's hard.
It's hard.
Okay. Trucks are popular, like you say, currently.
Yeah, larger SUVs. Yeah. Mhm.
All right. So that brings up the front. What the other question then was side setbacks. So clarification from staff, current development agreement allows the smallest side setbacks currently now are 6. This is proposing
5
5.
for H2 and 4
for
H3.
Okay.
What's hard about these changes is that it's precedent setting. Councilmember Powell always talked about the camel, and you know, when they put the original development out there, Salisbury Homes,
Salisbury.
Fieldstone was, hey, we're gonna try this out. We've never done it in Lindon. We're gonna put these out there, and it's always one step out of another. It's precedent setting to the point that it's hard to tell other developers no when they say, you've done a 4-foot setback over there, you've done a 2,900 square foot lot there, why not here? And I do think there is something to precedent setting and to that camel just one step at a time entering the tent. But with that said, we are talking about a small amount of lots, and I think we could probably talk all night about this one.
And Jay, can I just say something too? Legally speaking, it's not precedent setting. Politically speaking, I can see exactly where you're coming from, but legally, because this is a separate development agreement.
Because it's a master development, I agree.
So just to clarify that, so.
Can I tell you why that changes as well? So building code, if you're 10 feet apart, building to building, you don't have to fire rate. So that's why H2 is 5 and 5, and 6 and 6 also complies. In Lehigh, the ones that whoever's been there to look at, we have a 0-foot setback, and those are set at about 2.5 to 3 foot off property lines, depending on the window well size on that particular unit. So you're actually looking at 6 feet between buildings. That is, we try to go at least 3 foot and 3 foot, because if you go less than that, then you can't have windows on that interior side of the unit. So you're missing out on that opportunity to have a detached single family with windows, which is why you want to do detached single families. You get more windows, right? And so 4 and 4 allows you to have windows. It allows you to have a walking path between the units towards the backyards for maintenance purposes, air conditioning units, window wells, things like that. So we've actually, that's why we're proposing a 4 and 4 foot side yard for those maintenance access points. Whereas in Lehigh, we're at 3 and 3, and it does get a little tight, I'll be honest. It's too tight because it's hard to get past. If you have units that have window wells lining up on that 3 and 3 foot setback, it's hard to get between the units. So by adding that extra space, you create that walking path. And these units will all be maintained by the HOA. And so that provides that ability for the maintenance company to go back and forth into the backyard. So that's kind of where our thinking was. So you don't think we're just randomly throwing out stuff. We're actually trying to think through this and make sure that we plan it and make it the
You're
most
going a
livable.
little bigger. You're going a little bigger than you have
A
in
little
other
bigger than
instances.
we have done, and we're trying to make it as affordable and as efficient as possible, but make it livable at the same time.
It was interesting going down and talking to residents in the nearest neighborhood. And it was like they wanted more single homes over townhomes. I'm like, okay, well, that leans this way. But they're like, but these lot sizes. I was like, oh man, that's the pinch. You just nailed it. It's either that's what you'll get. More single family homes on smaller lots. And so that's where even I think from what I got gathered in those conversations, the pinch. It's like that's the trade-off.
And you don't get any estate lots.
Right.
That's the other thing that's being lost is you have a bunch of estate lots in H1. The other plan wouldn't have any at all. They would all be smaller, like collection or garden type homes.
And what was the lot size? I saw this slide. It was 6,000.
About 6,000.
Okay.
They would all be the same. You'd have, all of the lots would be the same size. I think, I don't know what the minimum width was in the development agreement. I think it's like 60 foot wide by, I think it's 60 foot. So they would all be right at the
I think
minimum
they're 64 feet.
width
If I
in
remember.
order to make it work.
All right, council, this is back to you for any further questions, or I have one other question then as well. You mentioned the CCNRs will have something that speaks to not using garages in the townhomes for storage. Is there anything in the CCNRs regarding home ownership? Sometimes we've talked with other potential developers about maybe having a CCNR so these don't just get scooped up by investors and turn into a rental district. Even
Right now, we don't have anything like that in the CCNRs. We've tried that over the years, and it's hard to manage that because people break the rules, and you know, we've tried to restrict leasing for a year at a time or 2 years at a time, and it's hard to track that from a management company. I can just say the intention is to sell all of these. You know, we've been sitting on this property, parcel H, for a year and a half now in the planning process, and we have a lot of pent-up demand. And in fact, I bet the agents will have half of these sold tomorrow as soon as depending on what the decision is. There's so many people wanting to buy here that most likely they'll.
and they want to be able to buy for under $900,000 as a starting point.
All of it. They want the affordable and they want the bigger lots at the same time. I think it's just such a hot location. Lindon is, you know, we all know how lovely Lindon is, and everyone wants to live here, and we haven't had product for a while. We've had a model home, parade home with no inventory. Ron was kind enough to release 2 lots that he was holding for an easement. I think they sold the next day that we released those. So it's going to sell quickly. I would be shocked if we didn't have all of these sold this year. And obviously, we won't be able to build all of them this year, but I would be shocked if they weren't sold all this year.
And Sharon asked a really pointed question about that. And Mike, you said you were going to talk to Brian, and you shared the answer with me, but maybe the council would benefit from hearing what you found out.
Yeah, there was a question, can we force them to sell these and make these? At this point in this, there's just no way we can do this. This is an approved development agreement that didn't make that a condition. There's just no way we could do that.
Okay, thanks.
And something in my experience down in St. George is there are some HOAs that do put it in their CCNRs that only a certain percentage can be rental. And so homeowners have to get on a list with the HOA for, you know, whatever that percentage the CCNRs call out, they can get on a list to be, or if someone has to do a sabbatical with their work, or, you know, a Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints mission, they can rent temporarily, but they then kind of manage those leases. For example, my mother lives in one where you have to provide a copy of your lease to the HOA when it's a non-owner occupied, and they manage it. They do this in St. George all the time in a lot of communities. So it is possible. It's a little extra work. But just to kind of maintain that good balance of home ownership opportunity and vested community members versus those that might need some transitional rental opportunity. So it doesn't go tip all one way, so.
Yeah, I'm sure the same could happen with the smaller homes. Live in it for 2 years, go out and turn it into a rental. So what you're saying, I think, could apply even beyond the townhomes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
I'm going to make one more comment before you do that, sorry. I'm happy with H1, of course. H2, if it's only one lot that does the 18 and they all go to 20, I can get there. H3, I'm just...
I think it's 2 lots that go
two?
to 18.
Looking on the picture, it looked like 2, but I thought we mentioned 1. Is it 2? Even if it's 2, I could live with that. H3, H4 I can live with. H3 I just... There's a reason why people love Lindon, and it's not 4-foot setbacks. So, if there's something that can be done with H3, I think I can get there, but that's just a sticking point is one voice. Sorry, go ahead, Lincoln.
No, you were talking, I interrupted you, I owe you the apology. I've been staring this whole time at the townhomes, and I'm imagining where people are parking all the way around here, I'm thinking snow removal. And I don't have any experience where CCR say you have to use your garage for a garage. And that, I just don't have the answers to the questions and concerns that I have right now to say, okay, I'm good with it. I don't have the setback issues that Van has. I appreciate what Mayor Lundberg said. Our world is changing. Utah is not an affordable state anymore. I just don't know what to do with that.
Did you not mention you could potentially add a couple stalls from this?
Yeah. So
Could you speak to that?
you can see that I think there's probably 10 off-street parking stalls right there, guest parking stalls. Those were just kind of thrown in. I mean, we didn't really maximize those as much as we could. So we could actually, it looks like on the south side, there's probably enough room to add 2 more. We could add a couple more south of the drive approach, and the same thing on the north. We could probably add 2, 4, 6, 8 more stalls potentially.
But on the road.
They would be
In that green.
They would be off the road.
In-betweens?
Yeah, so right there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Lincoln, does that help you just have more stalls created?
I'm just really struggling with it. How impactful does the CCRs, you have to use your garage for a garage? How impactful does that really have, right? The other townhomes there in Anderson, right, I had 128, 60% of those. So approximately 50% of the people are using driveways, and that's not just 50, right? Some of them had both cars in their driveways.
Which is all
Does that make
right.
sense?
Which is all right to use their own driveway.
Oh, if they're using their own driveways, then it's off the streets, the snowplows can still work. The guest parking would be plenty sufficient, you'd still need the guest parking. But that just, man, that really concerns me.
So Lincoln, with this one, the black and white, you feel like that, the
They
parking...
have their own driveways.
They would have their own separate...
Yep, same
They
as
wouldn't
Segway
bleed
Homes.
into the other
Same
homes.
as Segway Homes has on the townhomes there on State Street and the something, I forget what they're called.
Yeah, Songbird.
They all have their own driveways to their garages, so they can park there while their garage is being used for whatever projects or
Gotcha.
moving in or whatever.
Mike, do you know, is it a requirement in the existing development agreement to have a driveway on the towns? I mean, I just took a block, AutoCAD block, and plopped it on here.
It has a 20-foot front and rear yard setback requirement, so it doesn't necessarily call it driveway, but it calls a 20-foot setback.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, so we're talking apples to apples here. It's a setback, not necessarily a driveway.
Right.
So what I appreciate about this plan is that I think the townhomes that Lincoln's speaking to, yes, they have a driveway, but they don't have a private yard area. I love that this provides an opportunity for a private yard for the pets, for the young kids, which you lose in our current
For the
townhomes.
barbecue area.
Yeah. So it's just a different
Also
type of, it's a
doesn't own.
variety of housing for people who want to choose a certain stage of life or a certain lifestyle. I have a son who lives in a complex very similar to those, and where everyone has a shared, row of garages. I visit there frequently. It's in South Salt Lake, very similar to that design. And I don't see a ton of people spilling over and congesting. They are required to have their garages be their parking area as well and their CC&R. Could you speak to maybe a little bit about, have you done that before? How is it enforced? Just to maybe get council member Jacobs
I'm trying to think of
understand
a
how.
specific community where we have that particular restriction. I can think of one in also South Salt Lake, a townhome community that we have products very similar to this, that we have that restriction. In Lehigh, in the area where these particular architectural units are being built right now, we have that restriction there, and actually what that, I guess you'd call it an alley or shared driveway. What we have there is, it's a concept in planning from Europe called the Woonerf or something like that. Woonerf? Is that the right terminology?
That's the right term.
It means living street, and that's kind of the concept here is those courtyards also become a living street. And what they have planned in some of the communities is at the end of those alleyways or driveways, they'll have a basketball hoop or a community barbecue area, or they to divide the garages up, they'll have tree planting or stamped concrete to make it attractive to go, so it's more of a inviting space than just a or a vehicular courtyard. It's more of a combination courtyard type of living. And so that would be the closest thing. Unfortunately, it's not built yet, so I can't tell you that it's working or not, but it was planned after that Woonerf concept, and it's pretty neat when you see the pictures of how people have done this and how they create that living street and environment. It's kind of a unique.
Do you see
design feature.
space for some of those elements to be considered here?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the intention of this.
So, maybe a question for Brad and Van. Brad, on those lots, can you on H3, is there any way you can do a 5-foot setback on the side yards? And Van, it sounded like maybe you're okay with that on H2. Would you be okay with that on H3 if that was feasible?
I can't tell you that right now because I haven't looked at it that close. I would have to look at putting footprints on every lot and analyzing it.
Because I think some of these, just looking at these corner ones, let's see. They're a little bit bigger.
Well, I think we were proposing a larger corner setback anyway, weren't we?
Yeah, that's right. They do have a larger corner setback.
So the corner setbacks are already larger, so it's really just the interior setbacks.
All right. Well, okay, interesting. So how close they are to the street would be, what are you gauging might be?
I think Mike has it on the proposal. I can't remember.
Sorry, So 15, which matches the.
So the
rest of
H3
the
would be 10.
development. And then H3 is 10. So 15 matches the rest of the development.
So if we look at that central H3, then every lot where the side faces a street, it's gonna be further away. It's gonna have a larger side
Correct.
setback of 10 feet.
Correct.
So if we look at how many lots have a wall-to-wall home dwelling setback, then that's an interesting perspective.
That's just to the road, not to the other house, right?
That's correct, it's 10 on, so these corner lots here would have a 10-foot side yard setback on the ones that are against the street.
So it's fewer homes than we think that would have to be close together because of just the natural nature of how you've designed this with the roads, the side setbacks, the front setbacks, all of that's going to create more space, a lot of more space on quite a lot of those lots. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, and again, on the west side, you have the two corner lots that are larger. So if you can visualize, you have a 10-foot setback. Well, that's going to be at the narrowest point of the lot where you're going to be pinched. So at the larger point of the lot, you're going to have 15, maybe like on the one on the south, you might even be closer to 20-foot setback on that corner because you have a 10-foot setback on the backyard side.
Mm-hmm.
So you're creating variability by having streets that aren't running exactly perpendicular to each other.
Mm-hmm.
It creates open feel and character to the community that, adds to it as well.
I would point out many design features here are very, very well done.
Yeah.
So Van, we're looking at that, the fact that some of these really aren't going to have a house-to-house everywhere in the visual, how it visually appears, and how some of those lots are naturally going to lay out. What does that do for you? And
say that again?
well, this discussion that we've just had, where, for example, all of the lots on the west side are not going to have they're not going to have homes close to one another. In H3, for example, that entire western edge, those lots won't be close. The homes won't be.
Highlight the one she's talking about.
Well, they'll be close together on the interior
I'm
side.
talking about the
I
west, the
catch
street
that
on the
part.
west, the street on the west adjacent to the large H1s where you transition to H3.
Yeah.
Visually, those will not be close together, just the nature of how the dwelling will be positioned with the required
That I
setback.
understand.
Same on the south side.
And the south. Okay, so,
So the most visually impacting will be right across the street from the townhomes, which you have townhomes on one side and small single family adjacent.
in all of these things, it's the biggest thing to weigh is what's the best for the livability and the quality of life for the people that are going to be here. Ivory has a vested right to a certain number of doors, how it's designed, how it flows, how the community is connected. I think to Mike's point, we want to take all those into account. There's pros and cons either way you go. So
Yes, there's the right to the number of units, but there's also the restrictions on setbacks that they want to change. So I'm probably saying maybe one or two lots need to go away in there. Is that even a possibility in H3?
Not a chance.
Thanks, that helps me.
Yeah, we would probably just go back to the other plan, or I would take the lots that are across the street from the towns and add more townhomes there and reduce the number of single-family lots, something like that.
Yeah.
all right, council. Well,
What a great introduction for these guys. We haven't voted on Ivory in 6 years. I think Magleby
This is
got away
heavy.
without ever doing an ivory vote that really, a lot of these are like the next one that are well within the master plan agreement.
It's heavy.
Welcome to Lindon City Council, you three.
Well, I think my opinion has been obvious from the way I'm talking here. I think single-family detached is more desirable. When I talk to my kids, I have young adult, I have 6 kids ranging from 19 to 30, and an attainable, this is not affordable, this is attainable for their age range to get into their first home. This is what it's gonna look like, and I think the way it transitions is gonna be a natural flow to the higher density as we get closer to that transportation TOD site. This is all gonna be walkable, bikeable community with, going into the Lindon Village. There's a variety of housing types for people who have different stages of life or different desires in life, and I understand this is new for Lindon. Again, to Jake's point, the number of parcels that we're talking about here that have this idea of these cottage homes is very few in their overall grand scheme of 485 doors in this part of Anderson Farms. We're talking a few lots trying out this side setback arrangement. I would be in favor of making the front setbacks, maybe have that 20 foot that we discussed as a caveat too. So I don't have a vote. This is your vote unless you give me a tie.
I'll go back. I would like to make a motion
Okay.
regarding the ordinance amendment. I move to approve ordinance amendment 2024-3-0 with changes, and being the 20-foot setback along the H2 parcels, with the 2 that would be impacted as 18 feet.
Anything about the road? Do we have to say
Oh,
that
and the
in
road,
this?
cross-section.
So that's a separate.
That's a
Separate. It's a
yeah.
B, letter B.
This is just the
That's-
setbacks.
The resolution. The resolution's the development agreement with the
Yeah, so
roads.
this agenda is set up a little bit uniquely, and so we have an action item for 8A, which is the ordinance change. And then you would have a separate motion on 8B, which is the development agreement. So
And
keep in mind, on the development agreement, the road widths is that issue. And so the
That's B.
development agreement change, and then the layout. So Ivory is a signatory to that agreement, so they have to approve the agreement changes in addition to you as a city council. So just keep that in mind, that any changes to that road cross-section, they may or may not agree to. I think they're in agreement here tonight, but it sounds like Brad had mentioned to me earlier that was dependent on this being approved, so there could be some changes to that road cross-section.
And that's why I said in regarding the ordinance amendment, so I'm only doing that first one.
All right, any further, we have a motion. Do we
Okay,
have,
I'm still, so B is all the setbacks, and what is A only addressing?
So let me go to the ordinance really. Sorry, this messes me up. So here's your ordinance amendment. So it deals with the setbacks, and then the flag lot, the lot coverage, prohibiting the double frontage lot. So this is your ordinance amendment, is these items.
And that's A?
Yes.
Only the setbacks is the modification.
What about the lot size? Is that within the ordinance?
That's set in the development agreement. It's set in the exhibits of the development agreement.
But
So-
but on what we're discussing tonight, to make that change,
So on this,
Right now,
I don't know
it's
if I
set
have-
at a certain.
yeah, so this exhibit right here, and I don't have the whole thing up here, I just cut part of it out, but this lot size exhibit tells you parcel A, parcel B, what the average lot size is for those different phases.
And it's,
So that'd be part of that development agreement. So we've added that to this one here, that that has it up here.
I'm gonna tell you, Steve, I don't think I understand your proposal yet, your motion.
He has a motion to approve the resolution
The
as,
ordinance.
the ordinance as presented with the change of the front setbacks to be to 20, except for the
Two, right?
NH2.
And is that allowing the back setback to be shortened to get the 20?
That's the only way to do that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so allowing the backyard setback to be shortened.
Clarification,
But it's eight, so you would say H2 and H3, both of those.
H2 and H3, okay. 20 foot, with the exceptions where it can't be accommodated due to unique.
Mike, will you pull up again
Layouts.
what is approved now? Using Cole's term, the black and white?
Well, these are just concepts, they're
I
not,
understand.
yeah.
Okay.
Right, so we have a motion, and I'll bring it back to you for discussion after the second. Any further discussion? Do we have a second on Councilmember Stewart's motion? Okay, hearing no second, the motion fails. All right. Council, what do we need to do here? What are you looking for?
Is there more information we could provide, if we're heading in a direction we like, is there more information that Brad and I can bring back to you in 2 weeks? Like, does a 5-foot setback work? Where does it work on H3? Is there things like that we could bring back to you to help you have more information on this?
That would be
So I
helpful.
think I've been pretty clear, I hope, that I'm okay with the, that's what my glasses on, the H1, H2 pushes me, H4 I'm okay, H3 doesn't get me there. The lot size and the setbacks I just struggle with.
Both of those?
Yeah, both of those. I should write that down. The lot size of this one, so.
My feelings echo Van's. It's introducing a new product that's never been before seen in a little bit of country Lindon. I think it's asking a lot. It is new, and it's, was not part of the original agreement. So I don't know for me if there's any, I don't know that I need to see anything else brought back. But if there's enough council members that would like to see something brought back, then let's do it. I guess Lincoln and Cole, where are you guys at? And I hate wasting anyone's time.
Yeah.
So just for those that may be listening who don't have the, 7 years of history, Van and Jake and I have been part of this development agreement with Ivory going way back. So those who may be listening, one of the reasons why maybe this original concept now is not as feasible is because we had an option. We thought we could get that commercial depth. We weren't able to have a commercial partner come. And so recently Ivory kind of switched gears. They were ready to do option A, which was all single family. Across the top, we were going to lose that commercial depth. Jake and I attended ICSC. Our economic development, it became critical that we get that depth in order for the Lindon Village commercial opportunities to be viable. Ivory, like was mentioned by Mr. Mackey, had to full stop, their engineering and everything that they had planned to kind of backtrack, give us that opportunity to obtain that commercial opportunity. So right now, going back to that original look and feel, they're having to accommodate and redo the infrastructures already in place in part of this parcel. So that's partly why we are entertaining an amendment to the development agreement, because they helped us. We're looking for a win-win here. They have to now accommodate to tie into the infrastructure they started.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind as we're going forward here.
I guess one thing that's challenging for me is not, I'll preface this by saying I'm not expecting the exact degree of detail in both, but one rendering for the new application, I can see it quite clearly. And like you said, it's like you just have to put together this other one for the purpose of the discussion. But it's hard for me to compare the two, well, the black and white and the new proposal. And so it's just left me with a clear idea of what the challenges of the new one are with hypothetical challenges of the original, which primarily seems to be the road going through. And so if I had perhaps the next level up detail with what the current approved one is, maybe it would help me see what the negatives are that have led people to see that this one is worse. So that's something that's been challenging me as I've been comparing the two.
All right.
Is the degree of detail on the currently accepted one.
Maybe that's something you could speak to here, Mr. Mackey, is with this one. So what I understand, these are smaller lots, single-family lots compared to the executive lots that are in H1.
Yeah,
currently.
6,000 or so it sounded
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, so I think as I did the analysis, our Plat G was right around 9,800 square foot lots. With the new weighted average, I think if you have that exhibit, I think it talks about what the weighted average of each. Look at the table on the exhibit from Focus. Yeah, zoom in, or did we take that off? Oh, no, there's average lot size. So the average lot size in parcel H1 is right around 8, is that an 8,000? Oh, minimum lot size, we don't have the average anymore.
Yeah.
I think the average works out between G1 and H1, it's right around 10,000 something square feet. If we don't do this plan that I'm proposing, the average goes down to like 6,600 square feet for all of.
It'd be like H2.
It,
So H. Or
well, H2 is the one, we haven't done anything in Plat H yet. We actually submitted, we submitted all the remaining Plat H for final engineering, and we were asked to put it on hold. So a year and a half ago, we actually had engineering plans into the city, an application that we were asked to put on hold. We pulled that off the table to work with you to get the commercial. So when we adapt it, all the lots go down to the bare minimum under the current ordinance.
Okay.
So we have no big lots in the future phase for people with 3-car garages, for instance.
Sure.
It will be all bare minimum, whatever that is, I can't remember, 6,000 square foot lots. Okay. And townhomes. So to try and get a transition from the existing G1 that we had already platted and to create that type of home transition from the people we just sold in G1, that now we're changing all of the design that they were looking at because we pulled the application. We're trying to buffer them, the existing residents, to make that transition in H1. Because G1 and H1 are similar products. So we're trying to create a transition from the people we just sold in G under the old plan so that they have similar homes surrounding them. If we don't do that, all the homes are gonna be reduced to like 6,000 square foot lots adjacent to them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
So we're trying to create a transition of the larger homes to the smaller homes. And in order to do that, we have to have the H3 to make that transition.
Okay.
We have to, so you only have so many Legos to put on your green square, right? And they either go higher or you spread them out a little bit more, and we're trying to do a mix of both of those things in order to get the number of units on here without having them and creating a transition for the existing neighbors.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
And so, you know, the only other way to do that, if we stick with H1, which everyone loves, I get it, because it's the big
Yeah,
lots.
it's the easiest one, yeah.
Everyone loves that. The only other way to do that is, under the current ordinance, is to have more townhomes and smaller lots. So if you don't approve the amendment, we'll probably just go forward with the plan as it is, and it'll just be the smaller lots and more townhomes.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think I like what Jake said, not to create extra burden. If the reality of having the 5-foot side setbacks is not possible, you said that there would be some calculations involved to see if that's even feasible, right? So that would be data that could be helpful.
Would that be helpful for you to kind of absorb maybe the other things that have been presented tonight?
Agreed.
Is that something you could go back to the drawing board and look
5-foot
at?
setback, I could look at, that's easy. Lot size, you're not gonna get much change. If you want big lots, you're gonna have to have small lots. You can't have both. You can't have big lots and without, and then unit count, so there's gotta be a give and take there somehow. So I can look and see if the 5-foot setback will work with our building types and see what that does to us. But if it's lot size and 5-foot
Right.
setbacks, then
There's no
there's
point.
no way to make it work
Gotcha.
without losing units.
All right, other council,
So Jake, you want him to come back with, are you,
I don't, based on what we're hearing, I don't know that there's a way to get me to a point where I'm comfortable from a lot size. I just don't know that it's possible. I think, you know, hearing, it sounds like Cole may be open to it. I guess maybe we probably ought to address Lincoln's concerns on the townhomes if we're gonna have him come back.
Lincoln come back? Sorry, little
I'm still struggling with H4. I just, you know, what will CCRs that require you to use your garage be like? I guess I should do some research and.
Yeah, and I guess, Lincoln, when you brought that up, I guess something that stood, and that what you said, Van, that I hadn't really thought through is with the current, there is a division between those two communities. The townhomes are on one side, clearly the homes are on the other side, so the bleed over of parking and all of that is better tended to in the original. Am I hearing what you're saying right? This setup right here?
I believe so.
yes, there's features there. We get this long road that people have complained about a little bit, but not,
Yeah,
so.
okay.
And can I make one more point? Just because I do a black and white doesn't mean that we're bound by that black and white, right? I mean, as long as I comply with the existing
Sure.
requirements, we can plan the road layouts or anything we want to do there. We're not bound by, that was just one concept to show how how it lays out.
Sure.
And as well as the current concepts you have in your development agreement, were just concept plans of how it might lay out. So
Yeah.
we can adjust and lay things out and move the townhomes over to the east side or the west side or however we want to do it.
Okay.
It's not one or the other concept plan, because everyone keeps going back to that black and
Yeah.
white. It's not one or the other.
Okay.
It's, here's the requirements for one idea, here's the requirements for another idea, here's possible concept plans that would work for both. That's what
Okay.
we're looking at. It doesn't mean I can't change that.
Sure. Okay.
So Brad, would there be possibility on where there's some concern with the H4 and H3 of redoing just that center section in more of the townhomes in this area instead of a long linear line of them. Would that be feasible to look at a concept where, I think there's overall preference from everyone that this street layout is a little more preferred than the long street down on the bottom.
Yeah, we
So
would do what's economically best for us. I mean,
That makes sense.
Well, and
That's
those
what we would
larger
do.
lots having a cul-de-sac and not having a through street that's gonna be lots of people bisecting the neighborhood to, yeah. But, so council, what I'm hearing is you're okay with less single family because of the lot size and side setbacks proposed, and you'd be okay with more townhomes because speaking to the Legos and how the Legos fit on the map.
Yes. I would be. Townhomes with driveways.
So, hey, I want to make sure I clarify that. You would approve
More
of more
townhomes.
units, more density than change the side yard setbacks. Was that correct?
Lot size is a component of that.
Right.
I don't know that I'm wanting
That's what I saw head nodding on.
more
was-
units.
But they could get potentially more units by doing more of the townhome product than like these
Correct.
H3.
The
Yes,
development
with
agreement
overall
allows more
smaller
units.
lots.
Do you get what I'm saying?
So, no, I don't.
So within the development agreement, they were allowed a certain number of total units.
500.
It said, yeah, you can get this
Up to.
maximum, up to that. And there may be some wiggle room with the layouts and configurations of streets and lots. They're not at that limit yet. And so
They can get 15
on
more
either of
doors
these
in this
Yeah,
area.
they could get 15 more.
Right, but if they brought in a different plan that had more townhome units, what I saw some head nods on was, yes, we're okay with more units of what I would traditionally.
How many
call-
townhomes they can have though, right now?
It's units,
I don't think they were, I think.
from my
I
reading of
think
it.
the way that
Townhomes were considered,
a single-family unit, they had language that said detached and attached.
so other than the apartments. I
You
don't
do
think
have the
they were.
exhibit that calls out the number of units in each parcel. Let me pull that up really quick.
But that was just based off of
I
that
guess-
draft concept
Yeah,
plan.
that was just based off the draft concept plan.
Because there was a whole paragraph about the maximum number of units, and so. I just, that threw me. I just want to make sure.
I'm surprised as
seemed
well.
like-
That's
No,
higher
I guess the
density.
part that I'm confused about, and Brad, you mentioned this earlier, there's not two plans, there's one plan. But we've been doing comparisons this whole time with 42, 79, 79, 42, 42. So that's why I'm taking a moment by your question. So the density, so it's the same number of doors,
I think-
79
I
and
think-
79.
Right, I think
On the
that was
concept
maybe-
plans, it
yeah,
was
on
the same
this-
number of doors. The existing development agreement allows 15 more that's not shown on either of those two concept plans.
So when you say we want more doors, where's that coming? That's a
They're-
potential
they're
another
allowed-
plan?
They're allowed by the development agreement to get more than what is shown. If they
Yeah.
could fit them in and squeeze them in somewhere
Yeah.
as those townhomes, that would be allowed. We couldn't say no to that. If they
Sure.
met all of the current setbacks and things in the current development agreement.
And as I went through each phase too, comparing, this number in the exhibit with what was platted, there are two phases where they built less single-family homes, just by I think one was one home and one plat was 3 homes. But they did build less in those plats than what they were allowed with this table.
Yeah, so they're entitled to 500 single-family 500 single-family units and 450 multifamily units. That's
What was that
that's
last
spelled
number?
out. 500 single-family, 450 multifamily.
380.
Did it change down to
At
380?
380. But single-family, clarification is,
Townhomes.
could be townhomes.
Yeah, were by definition.
Yeah, and so if they've reduced a single family somewhere else, they can, and they meet the setbacks and whatnot, they can increase the townhomes.
We didn't specify a townhome versus a single family, because why would they not just economically put all townhomes through there to the max number.
There's the general layout that we had in the different plats, and we agreed on those, but the
So they need to
numbers.
follow the general layout.
Right, and this
So they couldn't just go
specific
to all
place
townhomes.
had townhomes. There were townhomes down by the park, and there were townhomes in this, so we'd have to let them,
And I
as long
think,
as they don't exceed that max.
and I think to Mr. Mackey's point, Ivory is trying to create some larger lots, opportunity here to have that gradual transition to the multifamily, to the rail line. So you're getting more space on some lots, a little less space on others. Getting more single-family versus townhome. It's an interesting concept to think, would the community prefer more townhomes or more single detached homes that are on this newer lot size? That's a good question to have out there.
That is a good question. I think they prefer neither, if I'm being perfectly honest.
But they're entitled to do one of those.
Sure.
So, and I, for the new council members here, this is a big one to digest. This is like drinking from the fire hose, understanding all the, zoning and ordinances and the development agreement. It's a lot to take in. So, don't want you to feel rushed.
Yeah, then I think in
Anyway.
that case, part of my process would be the additional data from you, but then I think I actually need more data from the residents, actually, to be able to speak to both sides of that. So if having the combination of more time to get the resident level data with that very question, and the additional data from you that you might be able to provide with those alternatives, I think would help me make a more informed decision, because it is big.
Also states that they're allowed to adjust density on the property so long as the developer does not exceed the maximum.
Well, council, what is the, let's be specific here. What information are you wanting to have? We need to approve the development agreement. We are required to approve something here. What are the goals that you're hoping to see here? We're hearing some different things from different council members. Where can we get to?
Can I clarify your comment there?
Yeah.
We're not required to approve anything. Things have been approved. This is a motion to change what was approved. Am I not understanding that correctly?
Well, we're gonna, yes, yeah.
Yeah,
So there's some,
If we don't, make these amendments, then
They
they go
just
back
submit them.
and just come in, and they don't bring anything back before you.
Yeah,
at
just
all.
the planning
It
commission.
goes back to the planning commission, and they go through that, so.
clarification.
Just a couple things on the development agreement. On those concept plans, it does say that, in 3.1, it says that the developer be allowed to adjust the density on the property so long as the developer does not exceed the maximum residential units, which would be the 500.
500.
It says, but they also cannot violate the minimum lot setbacks, minimum lot size, minimum average lot size as set forth in Exhibit K. And so that's that table that I was showing you there.
So the 60%, the homes would be, the units couldn't take more than 60%.
We've only put that in for H.
Okay.
The parcel H.
Okay.
But the average lot size still has to be a part of it.
Okay.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Mackey?
I don't know what other ideas we come up with.
If there's any other layouts with different product or anything.
I mean, any other layout really would go back to the original plan, and we would just, I would like to keep the continuity of the neighborhood feel, but we'd probably end up replacing all of those small single-family with townhomes, I'm guessing. I mean, I'd have to lay it out and see, but we would probably just go to the 500 and do them as townhomes. That's really the only other option.
And when my comment about we have to approve something is more speaking to, there's a development agreement in place. This is going to develop in some fashion to these numbers that we're speaking to. If we want to be able to see it, because of the legislation that passed last year in the state legislature, this is our opportunity to have that feedback, to maybe work with this. If we wholeheartedly reject it, it could just go to staff and planning commission. We don't even get to have a voice and see it again due to that legislation that was recently passed.
Because the development agreement requires you to see the subdivision, so you'd basically stamp that. When
Okay, we would see the subdivision proposal. I'm just trying to understand how we would, no, I'm seeing no from our council.
You would see it, but you couldn't modify it.
Couldn't modify it at that point.
Yeah, you know what's going on, but you don't have input.
So council, if you want to have input, if you want to have, I would recommend not denying this out of turn. If you want to have some opportunity to work with Ivory on this, you know, maybe continuing.
I suggested something and I was told not a chance. So that tells me how much they want to work with us on that.
No, I think you asked if we would eliminate units, and I said not a chance. We're not going to eliminate units. We're entitled to our units. Why would we eliminate them?
Yes, you're entitled to units, but you're asking for smaller lot sizes and smaller setbacks.
And you asked if we would eliminate some lots, and I said no, we won't eliminate lots. We would change to a different product. We would change to something different,
Right.
but we would not reduce the lot count, unit count. That's what I meant.
Oh, I understood that part clearly.
All right.
What recourse do we have? I mean, what's hard is the black and white. I don't prefer the black and white layout. I feel like what was originally proposed with the road going through is so much better and so materially different than what's being proposed as conceptually. And I get that it's all conceptually, but it's so significantly different than what was approved in the master development agreement that it negatively affects the connectivity of the entire development. I don't know. It seems like we would have recourse if they're doing something significantly different. And I'm probably getting in the weeds and I'm a little bit in left field now. But I don't want the only options to be either we approve this with setbacks we're uncomfortable with and a new product that we've never seen before, or this giant road. I don't know.
I'm in a place where I would prefer to continue because I can just feel like I've had more questions come up that wouldn't even just necessarily come from you two, you know, it's like there'd be some, but I think it's just broadened it for me. And so I'm inclined, if I were, which I'm not right now formally, but I would do a continuation, give it a little more time.
All right, council, and time is of the essence. You know, this is something we would need to come to a conclusion, you know, in a short order, as you know, Ivory has accommodated us very much in changing, you know, that commercial depth acquisition and putting everything on hold for their development, for their sales, you know, while the market is good and while this development is. So the sooner we can come together and get those data points and feel settled in one way or another, we need to keep that in mind.
2 weeks.
So not belabor it.
Mike and Adam, is that accurate as well, that they could just change all of those to townhomes, some of those smaller single-family lots?
You know what, I think with the way that agreement was written, it had some flexibility in there, so that's probably the case.
It says you still have to comply with this Exhibit K, which does lay out some unit counts.
Average lot sizes.
As long as they keep the average lot size in that aspect, yeah, they can.
The parcel H on the exhibit included the townhomes and all the single families. So if they want to tweak that, that's my impression.
But the larger lots in this, the larger single-family lots would probably prohibit them at some point from doing like he proposed of just taking all those 6,000 square foot lots and making them townhomes, right?
You'd still have to have the average density, the average lot size.
Average lot size, which,
Yeah. And so, yeah, at some point, it wouldn't pencil out.
What I'm
that way.
hearing is not turning the entire segment into townhomes. What I'm hearing is what's being proposed are some nice executive-sized lots that can fit a 3-car garage to transition from the current executive lots. Because those are larger, now the rest of the single family are gonna have, it's that or all smaller 6,000 square foot single family, which don't accommodate, that product is just gonna be limited. There's still gonna be single family in there mixed with the townhomes. It's just gonna be small, single family, smaller single family lots
And
from
we
the big
have-
ones.
any recourse on that road going north to south?
As long as they can handle the traffic flow, I'm not sure that those roads, I don't know, I'd have to look at that, Jake. I don't know.
I think it significantly impacts it.
So Jake, are you looking at that and that's your preferred layout? Is that why?
I prefer that right there to what's being proposed, yeah, absolutely. With a cul-de-sac on that end, but I understand what Mike explained early on, that we're probably past that. We are past that, right? Based on what's already been developed.
They've plotted up to about here, and so this is all platted right now on this end.
So Mr. Mackey, looking at that concept, this was just conceptual at the time of the development agreement. Are there elements to that you're seeing, hearing from council where this could go, or what are the? I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing maybe we could get back with information
I would like a
about.
continuation.
Okay.
So this plan right there, if this is what you want, I wouldn't need any of the meeting tonight. We could just do it. I wouldn't necessarily do the cul-de-sac, and I don't know, but that general layout would be something like that black and white layout, or I would take our layout that I'm proposing and I'd replace all the small lot single family with townhomes, and
In H3.
well, I'd blend H3, H4, and H2 all together to be townhomes, because I'd have to comply with the setbacks, but I would just make a townhome community, something like that. I don't know exactly how it would look, because of G already being platted. I would have to adapt some things to make it work, but we would make it work. I wouldn't need, because it sounds like anything we're asking for tonight, it might not pass anyway, so I would just go forward with the plan as is.
A continuation wouldn't.
Well, I'm not seeing the votes for because it would be the 5-foot setback you're proposing, but the lot size wouldn't change, and I count 3 votes against lots because of lot size, so it wouldn't pass anyway, right? So even if I came back and said, yes, I can make the 5-foot lot setback work, it wouldn't pass because of the lot size. And so it wouldn't do any good to continue it and come back just to get denied. I'd just change my engineering plans and move forward.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Council. And just a reminder, then that could go, that won't come before us then, other than to see, we won't be voting on it.
And we do
According to the
miss
new
out
state statute.
on changing those road profiles as well.
Now, on the road profiles,
within our own street right-of-way, we may be able to change some of that, but.
But they are signing on it, so they'd have the
Yeah,
ability to say
It
no.
impacts their costs, and part of why, when we developed those road cross-sections as part of the agreement, it was so that Ivory could say, okay, we know we're gonna have this much asphalt and this much sidewalk, and this is our width, this is what we're dedicating, so they knew what developable land they would have, and then what improvement costs they would have. If we're not changing the right-of-way widths, so they're not losing any developable area, in my mind, I think as a city, we could still adjust that cross-section, but we may need to settle up with them. They're the ones putting in the improvements at their cost. And so if we're saying we want more asphalt versus a landscape strip, then I think we could probably have the legal right to do that, but we may owe them part of that reimbursement.
Yeah, if we're causing them greater expense because of that change, we'd probably be responsible for that expense.
So I wouldn't say that the cross-section changes are off the table, but that may change some of our costs as a city.
All right, I'm hearing crickets. Council, any further?
No, I agree with what was said. I think it's a good restatement of what's happened here. I guess to our three new council members, are there 3 votes? Could anyone get comfortable with the smaller size lots? If the 3 of you could, then I think there's merit in continuing this and getting more information. If not, if that's not something you think you can get comfortable with, then I agree. Let's not waste anyone's time, money, engineering, all of it. And so, or if it's, hey, it's a maybe, I do need more information, I do need data, I think then it merits, let's continue it and let's take a look.
Yeah, so for me, I think I would say yes if I go back to those communities and they're like, if we had to pick between single family on a smaller lot or townhomes, we will take single family. I would say yes, because that would be the signal from the members of the residents that they're okay with it. If they were to say no, then I would come back and say no. But for me, my due diligence, I feel like includes that piece because I have a small sample size that I've based it on so far, and given the realities, I think people would let me know. And if they did, I'd say, yeah, sure. I mean, it's your life too. So in that case, I could be a yes. If the residents, if that's what they wanted to do, yes, I would say yes.
Perfect. Lincoln, what about you?
I could be talked into the smaller setbacks. I'd really like to see the driveways on the townhomes. They're gonna park in the streets, they're gonna flood the streets, we're gonna have snow removal problems, challenges.
And I think all those realities, if we share them with people and say, this is what we think could happen, and if they, sorry to cut you off, Lincoln, but that's the sort of data I think we should give people, the realities of it, and let them decide a little bit.
But the lot size necessarily isn't something that's.
I'm not getting super hung up on that.
Yeah. And that's how I understood as well. And so I think putting it all into a package, I think that you have 3 votes out there, perhaps. I don't think it's a dead issue. I think you know exactly where we all stand. And if you want to say, you know what, the 50-50 risks, we're just going to move forward with what we've got approved, I think that's your prerogative. I think that if you want to continue to look at it, then I think they'll do the work they need to do to get to where they need to be. And maybe we don't beat a dead horse.
Oh, it's dead.
All right. Lincoln, I can get you photos. My son lives in a townhome product exactly like this. They do not have overflow. They're using the garages for parking. I can get you a specific example and photos and of what the parking's like when I go visit. It's just fine because people are using their garages as according to the CCNRs. If that helps you get comfortable, you feel like you need to talk to people in the community, weigh the pros and cons either way to get comfortable. Steve made a motion, so we know where Steve's at.
Yeah.
Jake,
Yeah.
Are you willing to take a week or two to mull it over, or are you firm
Yeah,
where you stand?
I'm pretty firm. I feel like I'm always open-minded. I mean, I did not go out. I've seen some of those communities. I didn't have a chance to run out to Lehigh. I saw the pictures that Mike sent. I mean, I'll continue to do my research, and I'm certainly always open to changing my mind and opinion. But I'm pretty firm where I'm at, I think, on both the setbacks and the new lot size being a real concern for me.
Okay. All right, so,
I think with that said, I'm ready to make a motion, and I'll move to continue resolution amendment 2024-2-0 as presented.
I second.
all right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Cooley. All in favor to continue?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you very much. We'll see what I can do to persuade you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you probably still get to stay in the chair for the next item.
No, it's a different guy.
We've got a
Different
new
world.
Ivory representative. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
All right, so
Thank
we're
you.
moving on now to, so staff, just to clarify, you feel like we had an A and a B. That motion was to continue both A and B of 8. Okay, so we'll
Correct,
move-
for item 8.
just making sure with council and staff, that's what we're understanding. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 9. This is for the other minor subdivision plat with the Anderson Farms Development Agreement.
Multifamily units were approved as part of the development agreement. I think we've well understood that tonight. So a couple things that you're considering for this. You're considering tonight 2 motions. Oh, why did it not pull up? Okay. So you're considering minor subdivision approval, so ICO development, different arm of Ivory Development, is petitioning for minor subdivision development or approval to divide the lots into 2 phases. Phase 1, or Lot 1 and Lot 2 for phasing purposes. I'll show you that on a map here in a second. That's for financing reasons. The second item is for site plan approval. So typically, the Planning Commission always gives site plan approval. So you're looking at things like parking, design of the building, heights of the buildings, lot access, layout, those types of things. And so put together just a quick presentation. So here's your first item. This is also in your staff report. So this is the subdivision plat. You've got Lot 1 and Lot 2. That'll coincide with Phase 1 and Phase 2. Again, according to Jaden with ICO, he's here. Jaden, you might as well come up as well. And what's funny is they don't know each other, so is what Brad told me.
Who doesn't know each
You guys don't know each other.
Well, maybe he doesn't know me. I
Oh,
know
you know him, okay.
His name's on a lot of the documents that I have to review. But yes, not a lot of go between.
So, so I believe it's for financing reasons. Is that correct, Jaden?
Yes, yeah, for
Okay.
the lender.
So that's your first item. Second item for site plan approval. So let's look at the site. So there'll be 6 2-story buildings. I called them townhomes here. That's incorrect. They're multifamily buildings. So that's these 6 buildings along 1200 West here. So those are 2-story buildings, units on each level. The next you've got 2 3-story buildings. So this building here and this building here, both 3-story. Now, one thing I may have misrepresented this to you in discussions. I don't think I put it in the staff report, but the 2 and 3-story buildings, they are more of a walk-up unit. They are not elevators, access, interior corridors. Is that correct?
Yes, and if I can correct something, it looks like some of the visual got cut off for the label, but G and F, the bottom left, those are 3-story.
Yeah.
And they're a 10-plex building. The rest are 2-story, 6-plexes. And then buildings E and A are 3-story, and all the building types are a tuck under. And then the 3 stories don't have an elevator. So
For
they're
those
just
council
lower.
members that are new, could you please explain what a tuck under is?
Oh, the tuck under product type is the garages. So
Here's
it's
an
kind of like a
example.
rear entry townhome, sort of. So there's garages on the first level, and those are direct access from the hallway. And then the other side is an apartment.
So the residents are not in an outdoor carport.
Yes.
They park in their own garage and they enter in a climate-controlled hallway.
It's access from the building. So residents, it's typically, I think residents can sign up for them. There's like a list to get on the interior ones, or maybe the first floor gets first priority. But yes, they would walk from their unit to the first floor access to the garage.
So, and then, but the 4-story buildings are here on the east side of the property. Those do have elevators, interior corridors.
Yes, and it's the entire project's kind of a transition to that higher density. So from the 10 and 6 plexes on the west side to 3-story to 4.
And these 4-story buildings with the elevators, those, if the numbers are correct that I got from Mary, there's 224 units in these 4-story buildings. So that's a majority of the units have those or elevator
Yes.
accessed.
Yes, that's correct.
You can see the breakdown of units here. A lot of the units are studio and 1-bedroom, then going up to 2 and 3-bedroom units. You can see that breakdown. That seems that 3-bedroom, 2-bath. That seems like a ratio that I've seen a lot in multifamily projects. That they're not the majority, but there is a percentage. For example, 12% in this one. There's a good percentage that do have larger units. The density meets the development agreement at 28 units to the acre. The height are 2 to 4 stories. Open spaces. One thing I really am impressed with is this project has a lot of open space and a lot of great amenities. Approximately 24% or 3 acres is open space and amenity space for this development. I'm going to go through that a little bit more. Parking. There's a total of 724 parking stalls. The development agreement calls out a ratio of 1.8 stalls per unit. They're providing 1.91 stalls per unit. There's 544 surface stalls, 126, which would be the tuck under. Is that correct?
Sorry.
The 126 stalls, those are the attached. Those are the tuck under.
Yes,
stalls.
the attached, and then the 54 are on the east, and those are a standalone garage.
So this whole eastern side nearly is all garages.
Yes. Yeah.
You can see the different renderings here. Here's the 2-story, 3-story, and 4-story. Very good mix of materials: split face block, brick, hardy board, cementous fiber board, and so you can kind of see what those different renderings are. Good changes in the roof line, a lot of articulation and fenestration with windows along those facades. Especially the 4-story building has a ton of windows and deck and patio areas. I've provided renderings of each building. So here's your 3-story buildings with the tuck under garages. Again, you can see the different material types. Here's your 4-story building, tuck under on some of those elevations. I like the big balconies on the corners there. I think that'll provide a lot of attractiveness to the building. Same with the glass on the other corners. And then you can see the two-story. Let me get back down to those. So this is where you'd so 3-story, this is where you'd enter, designated entryway to the stairs.
Let's go back to that in just a second. Everybody enters through there, or is there some places where they?
Yes. Yeah, it's an open breezeway. So to access the unit, you'd go
Everybody goes in there.
through there. Yeah.
And then here's your 2-story units.
And some of the garages on these 6 and 10 plexes have direct access to the garage. So you'll have a unit on the first floor on the other side of the garage that'll have direct access, and then that middle garage has a stairway up to the 2nd floor. So I think about half the garages in the 10 plexes you can access from the unit. Not super easy to see from that.
Any questions on the renderings or buildings? Jaden, do you have anything else you'd want to add?
Did you do the renderings? I think they're way good.
Well,
I have to clarify that now before I make a comment.
In the office, we've got some younger guys that, we just want to build something that looks really good, right? And we're kind of more concerned with over-amenitizing and making sure that the product is something we're really proud of. Obviously, the engineer and the architect have all the credit, but, we have a decent amount of input on how the exteriors turn out. So and as you can see here with that 3D rendering, we've gone to a couple of firms to kind of make sure that we have a great idea of what the clubhouse could look like. I think some of these materials will kind of follow to match what we proposed on the apartment, so there could be some slight changes, but that should give you a good idea of the space.
And this floor plan is great. You've got club room, fitness center, yoga room, gaming rooms, business centers. I mean, a workshop, and there's a ton going on in this clubhouse. You can see the renderings of that here. Let's see.
And maybe to give you a little context on how some of the units play out, especially where they have those big curtain walls of windows, we're trying to have a healthy mix of about half the units will have access to an outdoor balcony, but a new unit that we've explored in Orem that residents seem to like was removing the balcony, adding another couple feet to the interior of the apartment, and then making that a floor-to-ceiling window. So it just gets you a really good view of the mountains. So there should be a good, healthy mix in there that we've tried to introduce, and then I think we're excited about them.
This plan here shows you the outdoor spaces. You've got the clubhouse and pool amenity here. You've got a community green space, a dog park. You've got a park amenity here with a tot lot. Another thing that's cool that's really popular with these 4-story apartment buildings is the rooftop terrace with the outdoor space. A lot of times they'll have the fire pits, the big screen TVs up on the roof. I've seen those really popular in these units. Anything to add to that, Jaden?
No, the community green space will have some sport courts. So there'll be, as you can see there, a pickleball court, basketball, and we'll probably explore this more as we go. But we've done putting greens. We've done what's the game with the bags that everybody likes now?
Oh, cornhole.
Cornhole. Yeah, we'll do cornhole and stuff like that. The rooftop amenities, we've seen a lot of residents use those. So as Mike was saying, they'll have a fireplace, TV, just in a lounge area. I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything. But
so this is showing the tot lot.
Also the tot lot.
Yeah, there's the tot lot. Just the dog park. and then the kind of the rooftop terrace areas that you can see.
Yeah.
So we've provided 2 motions for you, the minor subdivision motion with the following 6 conditions, and then the site plan motion with 6 conditions as well. A lot of those conditions have to deal with continuing to work with the city engineer to finalize the subdivision and site plan and engineering plans, and approving what you've seen tonight. So any questions? I think Adam sent you all an email on the student population that's usually generated from these multifamily developments. I thought that was really good information.
Yeah, number of students.
To provide for that.
Yes, could you speak to that for the public that might listen to this at some point? The projected student population from Alpine School District in this type of a development.
Yeah, just for the public, then I don't have that email pulled up right away here, but Mike's finding it. So we just reached out to the school district business administrator, and they had talked in prior years. We had let them know that this was coming and at some future date, and they had indicated with all of their current models and their current studies, apartment units do not generate a lot of students, and so it was a surprising amount actually compared to the number of units, and so it's less than 1 student.
Every 12 units or something.
Yeah, if we can find that, but I had forwarded that. I don't have that to you right now, but it had a very minimal impact. He made a statement that this will not impact their schools or their enrollment in any significant way.
So it says, for developments like this, we've seen about a 0.13 elementary students per unit and about a 0.07 secondary students. With these averages, we would expect this complex could add around 50 to 60 elementary students and 25 to 30 secondary students.
Thank you.
And another note for the public to know is Alpine District did acquire ground in Anderson Farms as a holding spot for a future school in the community. So there's an asset there that Alpine is hanging on to accommodate a future school potentially if needed, as needed. So hopefully that answers any concerns about. And something else to keep in mind, Alpine shared with all the cities, is that the overall demographic in the valley is people are having fewer children overall, so the existing schools are a little bit shrinking. So growth like this can actually help us keep our schools open because it can help supplement the overall, the neighborhoods that we live in aren't affordable for a lot of families to come into and replenish. So that's another data point to keep in mind.
They're having fewer children, but they're adding more dogs, so it's good we've got
Dog children. Yes, I have some dog grandchildren instead of real human grandchildren. Okay.
I had a question. I acknowledge that you've already exceeded the parking, the 1.8 to 1.91. So appreciation for that anyway, for doing that from initial conceptualization. So like the census data shows that on average, Lindonites have 3 cars, and 94% of households in Lindon have 2 or more cars. And so I don't anticipate the demographic of residents in this facility to shift the census curve in that much. Is there any flexibility to increase parking?
I actually think we came out really well with parking. Typically, we really struggle, and we'll even, I can really only speak to our current demographics. I think typically we manage 3,000 apartments across the Wasatch Front. Typically, parking ratios are less than 1.8.
Yeah.
And especially where we have so many surface stalls in this lot, I think it came out really well. And Planning Commission did have concerns about that, but with what we've seen and the amount of cars that our residents typically have, I don't know the exact ratio, but we felt that 1.9 would pretty adequately handle any concerns on that. I think we even had a product type in Lehigh that we had to change. There's not much more that we could do to this site and get more parking than we currently have, because we're pretty maxed out as it is, just trying to provide as much as we can.
Okay, so no, there's not a way.
No, not more than.
Not unless you want the cornhole to go in.
True, there is, yes. There is amenity space that we're using.
On any of your lease agreements, do you address parking and how many vehicles a potential tenant might be able to have, or a limit?
I'm not sure. I know that most residents, we try to get a 1-to-1, so every unit at least has one covered stall that they are able to use. But I don't think we restrict the number of cars that people own. People typically own, I think it's 1.3 cars for most of our communities, maybe 1.5.
Is it a specified covered? So this belongs to this unit, or is it just?
Any covered stall will be assigned. Surface lots and or they'll be assigned and charged. Any surface stall is free and not assigned. And then there will also be, what are those called? The EV charging stations as well. And I think those are typically assigned and charged on a monthly rate.
How many EV stations are there?
This project should have 6 per phase, but we're going to be flexible with that. We're going to, we're probably going to pipe for more and then just install the 6. And then as more are needed, we'll add them. See what the demand is. We did something like that in Farmington, and we've been surprised that there has been more demand for EV, but you know, we like to just have the option to build it out.
You're surprised that there hasn't been?
There hasn't been as much demand as we expected. Yeah.
So speaking to demographic, this, you know, multifamily versus single family, I noticed you had some studio apartments that could be like a single working person. You know, people are typically marrying later. You know, there's a lot of young adults demographic now. Is that what you envision for the studios, for example?
There's not too many studios in this. I think there's only 3, maybe.
Okay.
I think the majority will be of the young single working adults will be in the 1-beds, which we have a really healthy amount of.
Do you have statistics on, speaking to Councilmember Hooley, do you kind of track data of how many individuals you would expect to occupy? Because, for example, if there's a lot of singles who might be in those 1 bedrooms, they're going to have, I would assume, one car.
We can, I don't have those statistics in front of me. We can find how many typical residents that we would have. Our current limitations, I think, is 2 adults per unit, per room, is the cap that we have on the apartment. But I could provide Planning Commission and City Council with our statistics on how much we typically have in a unit. I think it's on 1-beds. It's typically, it's 1.2 or something. I'm just kind of pulling that number out though.
Mike, does this depart from the original agreement in any way that you could see?
No, in fact, the development agreement is really vague. It says 380 units, parking stalls at 1.8, and then it says the city will work in good faith. The city and the developer will work in good faith to provide, you know, a quality development, basically.
And I do think they've gone above and beyond, and we appreciate that. This is the one that, of all, concerned me the most, and is going to be hard for a lot of residents to swallow. But I think if it fits the original agreement, let's make it happen.
And I'd like to also note that Ivory took note of this being next to the future potential tracks station and created an opening access point for pedestrian access to that.
Yeah, for now, there's going to be a temporary fence along this east boundary so that people, you know, don't go out onto the rail line. But yeah, there'll be some sidewalks to nowhere for right now until the trail's put in. So.
Yeah, and for those that are listening online, like like was mentioned earlier, we're required to have multifamily near our transit-oriented station points throughout the state. So putting the density where people can hop onto that mass transit is really key. I think just history, the council that entered this development agreement, some of the trade-offs of getting the multi-million-dollar park, the multi-million-dollar lift station built by Ivory was an exchange of doors here to have one location of multifamily, and it was to put it near the future rail line. Also, the council looked at two sides of this are industrial zone, right? So we're putting the apartments next to railroad tracks, industrial users. The other side is going to be some commercial, on that upper half. So, and then, so anyway.
I'm gonna reveal some ignorance here.
Yeah.
And looking at this, I was not aware that we had a ballet school. To the south of this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did not know that. I thought that was cool.
High quality too, like it's
Yeah.
pretty well renowned.
So anyway, strategically putting these places near the transit, near the commercial, transitioning from industrial, that was kind of how it was, this location was deemed the right spot to do it, all right.
I was sick when I was listening to Planning Commission, so I nullify anything that I thought I heard or didn't hear. But I do think that I heard them make a comment about the setbacks on the east side had been minimized a little bit, but they were totally fine with it because it was just right up against Geneva, and it wasn't a significant thing.
Yeah, so those east setbacks you'll have a garage basically along the garages along that whole east property line. Those will be right next to the property line, so there won't be a setback from those garages. So they'll fire rate them or whatever they need to do to meet fire code. But the multifamily buildings on the south and against 500 north, you have an 11.5-foot setback, 11.5-foot setback off of 1200 west, and then the multifamily buildings are 70 feet away from the other property lines on the north and east sides.
Yes, I remember a lot of discussions about having enough where the residences are going to be in those apartments to have a buffer themselves from some of the other things around the zone. So, any other questions, council?
Gonna be done in one motion, or do you want them in separate?
I think you should do two, because since one's a subdivision and one's a site plan approval. But you could say as listed, numbers 1 through 6, as you make that.
All right, I'd entertain a motion if there's no further questions or discussion.
I move to approve the applicant's request for minor subdivision approval of the Anderson Farms Apartments plat with the conditions that were listed as follows, 1 through 6.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Stewart, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes. All right, on to 9B, site plan approval.
Cole. Wait, I think I might have been confused, actually. Which one? That was just for the subdivision? I apologize. That's a yay. Like, I would be okay with that, actually.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
So it's a yes.
It's noted by our recorder. Thank you. Yes. Item number 9B, are there any further questions?
Well, you're a nay on this one, how come?
I just, even though you have met the 1.8, I've heard it over and over and over again, so if anything, it's just a signal to the residents and to the developers to know that they're worried about that a lot and the spillover in the community, but I think you have enough to carry.
All right.
You're on a roll, Steve. Keep going.
Yeah.
Well, since the first one was defeated, I'm 500. I want to get a little over 500. As a baseball player, I just, I move to approve the applicant's request for site plan approval for the Anderson Farms Apartments located at approximately 1200 West, 500 North with the conditions that follows 1 through 6.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Stewart.
I second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Jacobs. I'm going to bring this back to council. Any further discussion before we take a vote? Any clarification needed? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right. It also, motion passes. Thank you for, in good faith, doing Class A apartments here. And those rooftop verandas are going to be spectacular. I just really appreciate all the conversations I had with Chris Gambroulos about, I said, Chris, bring us a high-end. We have to do this density here, bring us something high-end, and we know it'll sell. We know there's an appetite for it, and so we really appreciate the beautiful renderings, architectural, the amenities that the residents are going to have with that clubhouse, all your thoughtfulness going into this. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate the council's time, and, you know, ICO realizes that we have a stigma a bit to buck, right, of the apartments of the 70s and 80s, right? We try to retain long-term residents over amenitizing the project, and, you know, we build and hold, we don't sell, we're here for the long term, so we're really excited about these projects.
All right, very good.
I know we've already voted, but was there some affordable housing units in here as well, or where did we go with, not on this one? Okay.
It hasn't been discussed.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, Council, we did move, one item was the, before we have someone call out an adjournment, we do need to just have Adam present to us a little bit on the Dowdle puzzle
Thanks.
information and the celebration of the unveiling.
So we received some information today that was a request for the city to purchase some prints or reproductions of the artwork and buy those at a certain cost and then sell them at the unveiling event or in the future. That was not something that had originally been brought up as part of our initial contract. Just
These
wanted
would
your
be limited
feedback on
edition
this.
signed.
Yeah, these would be signed.
So it sounded to me like they're going to make some regardless to
Yes.
sell.
Yeah, it's good. Could the people just buy them directly? Or we have to be the third party?
Didn't, well, I think the way this was being presented is they, yes, people could buy them directly.
Okay.
For the higher amount. I think what Eric is presenting is, hey, city, do you want this as another funding opportunity?
Split the
To
proceeds.
split that. And so we buy, say, a reproduction for $500, and that's his take, and then we sell it for $1,000, something of that nature. That's more budget and more capital outlay on this. We didn't have anything like that budgeted. Just wanted to get your general thoughts on that. Is that anything you want us to pursue?
What numbers and prices have that been presented?
Yeah, let me show you that, if I can find it.
And if it's by 10.
Yeah.
If it's by 10,000.
Oh, yes.
So this is what got handed. This is very current. This got handed to us this afternoon, so this isn't something we've digested a lot on. But so this was what they had suggested. Whether or not we would actually be able to sell these, I don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't super comfortable with investing in 90 Giclée limited edition canvases and having the city have to try to hawk all of those. But did you get clarification today that, I mean, they're going to make some anyway? It
They
was just
are.
then they would be the vendor and keep all the proceeds.
Correct.
Okay.
I would pass.
We do have, by the way, we do have in our current contract, we can purchase some of these framed giclée. Giclée is the one that has like all the beautiful shimmery finish on it.
Thank you for
I
providing.
know. Keep nodding.
Versus a flat mat. We can purchase some of them at, I don't know if you call it a wholesale cost, and Adam and I discussed.
Yeah, we thought
this.
it might be a nice thing if we, I don't quite know how, we'd have to work this out with Eric, if we were to buy some at the, the city's cost, if we made that option available for any city employees,
Officials.
council members, city officials that are in the painting or things, see if we could get some of those at cost instead of the full charging amount. But, so we need to hammer that out, but if we can do that, is that something that
We
you'd
have a
be
look at what
interested in?
Of what the final thing's looking like,
I
getting
have a
close?
I
Sure, I
do.
can show
Is
you.
that something?
We'll show
I
you.
have it. I can show you right now. Is that something you want
Are
to
you
see?
gonna put it up?
Yes, if
Well,
you're
do
saying
we
you-
wanna unveil it publicly, though?
Because we're being.
I can just turn that camera a little bit and it won't be on YouTube.
We don't wanna give away the big unveiling in March.
Let me just
I can just
tweak
pull it
that
up.
camera.
We can adjourn and then pull it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we can have a discussion on that off the record, so. But I can,
It's not making a legislative choice.
Poor Brian, he's turned, I know, poor Brian. I haven't paid attention for 10 years.
Was our
on that
training
one.
just last council meeting?
Yeah, I've had that training 10 years, and here I am suggesting the rules.
But if we turn
Holy
the video
cow.
off, have we crossed any line there too?
Very good.
Very good.
Oh my gosh, there we are.
You're all
Yeah, the
on
statute
there
of
too.
limitations.
You're on
Three
there.
council
All of you.
Really?
Oh, they're big.
you don't want to be surprised, I guess here, so that's okay. All right, let me find this.
Who's driving the truck?
Can't you tell?
That's what I thought. That's awesome.
Hold on, let me get the.
Good call.
Oh, sorry.
This is gonna be,
Get your turn.
oops, that's not it.
The things that'll be on it.
So we have last year's council and both councils decided to represent, because both of us were part of preparing for the centennial, so.
There we go. It's gonna take a second to load. It's a big file.
Beautiful. I made sure you painted the window panes with the Lindon trees.
So this is just the insert that will go into the puzzles, and so it has numbers that then correspond to a list that will be on the backside of this. So just kind of, you'll see these little numbers, but, yeah, should we start off with the city council members in there?
That's what they want to see the most.
So we have the 23 and 24 council members. So this is Daryl, Randy, Jake,
He made you look older than
Van,
Steve.
Steve, Mayor, Lincoln, Cole, and Mike Venturi.
Well, you got double hands up. I love it.
So,
Go!
You're the youngest cheerleader. I know.
yeah, some other
I
things.
have no energy.
Hey,
I'm
I
just
like
sitting
you.
there with my
I like you
head
driving
down.
that car.
That was the mayor actually
gripping
asked
the
Eric to
side
throw
rail.
that in, so that was a surprise to me, so. We've got our 4
Living
living past mayors up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna grow a beard for this.
What else? Yeah, we've the rodeo royalty, the Little Miss Linden.
We have Randy and Dave in that carriage right over there.
Yeah, they're right here, so. Yeah, let me zoom out again and see if I can, this is a different, doesn't fit the screen as much as something else there, but.
lake to mountain representation.
So that's really cool.
We have Sergeant Welker there down at the lake.
Yeah, we've got a couple police officers that are identified, and Alan Walker is in there, and
There's a couple of Easter eggs in there on Lindon history too that you'll see on there.
So this would be what we pay by.
what's that?
This is the image that, to those various sizes.
Yes, if we were to
Yes.
get reproductions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not hearing a lot of enthusiasm for the city to buy
For the city to
those.
pre-buy
Yeah.
all of those.
The other question on emceeing the event, they had, I think they've done this in the past, really as a marketing opportunity for them to sell more puzzles or paintings.
And help us
so-
sell our.
Yeah,
puzzles.
and
We're
we're
investing in
interested in selling them
2,500
too. So
puzzles.
we've ordered 2,500 puzzles. And one thing that we do need to talk about is the price on those. We have to officially adopt that as part of our fee schedule by state code if we're charging something. And so our price is $12.50 on the puzzles. We had talked around 20 to 25. I called over to Pleasant Grove just to see what they were charging. They charged 20, but their puzzle price was less than 10. And so, in fact, I want to say it was 8 something. As
That's
just
pre-inflation,
Yeah.
COVID, all that.
What's the size of the puzzle? Is it 500 pieces? Is that what-
So we have a mix. We have, let's see, there was 300 of the 300 piece, so more of the kid-friendly puzzles, and 200 of the 1,000 piece, and then 2,000 of the 500 piece. The 500, I think everybody, in our office anyways, felt
Yeah.
like that's the one they would probably
1,000
do.
pieces is a lot of investment
it's
of time,
investment.
more
Yeah.
challenging
P-
for those challenges.
PG sold, they actually did their first order and had them around 3,000, and they sold out within a month.
Yeah.
But they have 40,000 residents, so they have 4 times the number of people. They ran a second order, and so their total was about 6,000, and he said they're within a couple hundred of hitting 6,000 sold.
Did he say the mix of the,
They did not get a
Pieces, they-
mix. It was all 500 piece.
all 500 pieces?
Yeah, and then he said they did order about 100. They're wood specialty puzzles, so they are on some bigger pieces that they're on wood jigsaw puzzle thing, and it's a little more premium in that they've handed out for some gifts and things, special events for the city. They set up a pre-order, so they were taking pre-orders a couple months before their unveiling, and said that actually helped, he thinks, sell. They just did that through their express bill pay. So anyway, Payson is selling theirs for 25. PG is at 20. With our cost, we were thinking, the mayor and I today, probably go to 25 and just see if we can make back some of our money. But do you guys have any thoughts or concerns on that?
I think that it's a sense of pride. It's almost like, at the bank we hand out hats for free because it creates loyalty, it creates its marketing material, it's swag. And so there's part of me that leans towards 20 and just say, God, let's sell all of them and as many as people want, because you have this in your house, it's only gonna create loyalty, which unquantifiably benefits the city. But I think I'm comfortable either way. But I'd love to see, I'd love to
We have to take tax out of that, so we're paying, I would say that price is inclusionary of the tax. So we do have to pay sales tax on this.
Who would pay 20 but not 25?
That's what I was just gonna say. I think if anybody who'd spend 20 is okay to spend 25. Yeah.
Powell's, as part of their gift, originally had asked that all elected and appointed employees get one of the puzzles, and so. Go 25. So you're not out $25. That's where I was headed. Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't just say that on record.
Just doing a rough mathematical calculation. So if 25 is all inclusive of sales tax, so it's just easy breezy, 25. The actual cost of the puzzle is like $23 and 12 cents or something like that, and then the rest is sales tax to get it to 25.
So, and our cost is $12.50 a puzzle. So we're making
Just double it,
$11,
right
not
about-
quite $11.
Not even.
Not even.
Double, yeah. So 23 and some change
So we
would be our
make $11,
net.
and we're trying to, if we sell half of what Pleasant Grove sold.
Well, we have 2,500 ordered, but with the free ones to the employees, so we just figured 200 that you might give away for different things. So including the employee ones, and so.
Okay, so if you go 2,300 times by our 11 profit margin, you're 25,300. Where does that put us?
The contract was over 6 figures, so.
Yeah, so so if we had about 23 from puzzle sales-ish, and then from the business sponsors, we had, off the top of my head, I want to say it was 22 to 24. And then the Powell's donation, so we're at 90-ish, and the total cost on this was 126. So.
Get us closer to break even.
I like it. Let's do it. Let's go 25.
25? Okay, we'll bring that back as a budget amendment for a fee schedule. And then, do you want to start doing pre-sales? It's kind of hard to know what you're buying if you haven't seen it, but.
Hey, it's a piece of Lindon history. Everyone knows what dowdle puzzles are.
Yes.
I had actually thought of, I don't know if I have it in this folder. The mayor and I are standing next to it in his studio. I thought maybe we could just fuzz it a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then just use that as the promo picture, but.
This picture.
Oh, yeah. I don't think it would hurt because, like,
Yeah, give them a little taste.
We would buy one because we know what the dowdle puzzles are. We would know it would be specific to Lindon, and we would want to get it before. Like, we bought one of the Pleasant Grove ones, and we just knew we wanted to.
You're still going to see some of the main icons in there that are going to get you very excited.
See a few things poking out, yeah.
Was that the phone that was ringing while we were doing that?
Yes, thank you. I saw you.
Should we try the pre-sales with a fuzzed out, a blurred?
Should I go in first?
I should just cover it with my coat. That's what I should have done.
Agreement and.
They didn't have very much in that.
Yeah, I just didn't want to violate something that they were hoping for or not.
No, it's the contract that we have is pretty open as far as us marketing it, and so for the first 12 months we have all the proceed rights to the puzzle. So.
Is there any benefit to early money? 25 on a pre-sale, 30 at the after?
I think we're going to sell 2,300 puzzles fast. If PG sold out 3,000, but.
Yeah, I'm looking for 4.
Yeah.
One for me and
Yes,
3 kids.
yes, for sure. Yeah.
Pre-sell and come to the event to pick up your puzzle. That would be get a lot of momentum.
Yeah, that's great.
Together, and anything else out of that conversation today, Mayor, that we needed to bring up?
MC, they said they want to hire
Oh, yeah,
a
we didn't
professional
really.
MC. Staff brought up, do we want to pick our MC? They had a whole agenda of how they suggest doing the unveiling itself, and they'll bring in professional music, a bluegrass band, and then they'll have kind of a whole way of staging the whole thing, hyping it up. So making it really fun.
Awesome.
Having Maggleby's chocolate cake and other appetizers and desserts.
Yes.
Food for everybody.
That'd be great.
And then they do have this larger puzzle that's big. It's like 10 feet by 12 feet, something like that. And that they'll have individual pieces of 10 or 12 sections of the puzzle. So our sponsors probably, and then a few of the residents and things that are here, where we'd say, hey, Anderson family, you've got your wagon and things up here, come put your piece in the puzzle. So they'll call somebody to come up and put it in there.
Fun.
And so that should be pretty fun.
Very cool.
So we're gonna put a list of those together and send that back to them. Okay, I think we're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, everything then
Yep,
complete for
that's
the
all I had.
Dowdle
Thanks.
discussion.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Councilmember Broderick. Do we have a second to adjourn?
No, we're gonna stay.
I'll second.
Serious?
Oh wait, arm wrestle, who's gonna take?
I'll second.
All right, second